Hello, beasties. Welcome to the lair. How's everybody doing? Give me 1 second to get this pulled up, and we will get this on the road. Give me 1 second, guys. Alex, hold on. Hey, bud, hold on 1 minute.
What?
Okay, hold on, guys. Good morning, CCW, Anubis. Victoria, Sod. Bud, come here. Caroline. Okay, both of you. Good morning, beasties.
Good morning.
Okay, morning, beasties from the other two.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ardo. Good morning, Sod. Good morning, Croc.
Morning.
I just said good morning to everybody for us, Croc.
Okay. Hey there, Rabbi. And Ardo and Sod. How's everybody doing this morning?
Good morning, loves.
Oh, yeah? Nice. That's good to hear. So they are, what are they doing?
That's a great day to hear. That's great, CCW. I'm happy. Okay, that's the court audio. I can't turn it up anymore.
Why can't you pull it up?
I do have it captioned, but that is the court's audio.
That includes music?
Well, you just caught The Simpsons in the background for a second.
Okay.
I was checking audio.
Ah,
And since they've already gotten in trouble for fist fighting once today.
day's just gotten started.
They've been up for almost 3 hours.
Jurors entering. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
Hey, Muffin.
You may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to hit the footprints.
Muffin, they've said that they would show like legs and feet. They're not going to show the faces, but they're not being as strict.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a nice evening last night when we paused the trial. We were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume it at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your name.
Judge Martin S. Fine presiding was what that sign says. Directly in front of him.
He also has a little sign that says recording in progress.
Yeah, it's over on the left. I saw that one.
I'm just saying, yeah. Muffin, they are not being quite as strict as they were with the last case with Stout, but they're not showing the jurors' faces. If you get a glimpse, but they're protecting them. You may have seen the bailiff or the staff that's with them.
You come all the way up to the stage. Once you reach it, you have a seat. Are you ready?
For I'm a bad YouTuber, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, do the YouTubey things. Check out PayPal, check out Venmo, check out Croc's channel. Do the like, the sharey, the subscribey.
We are going to speak in English.
Thank you guys.
When you have to answer the questions, you may do so in Russian. And the Madam Clerk will interpret that to us in English. The most important thing is that only one person can talk.
And I'm not sure, but I think that it looked like that first one was wearing like shackles or something on the ankles.
The juror?
Yeah, the one with the green shirt that came closest to us.
No, they're just shuffling. It looks like whatever shoes
The metal collars around the ankles is what it looks like. Wow. Court audio is terrible today.
But you prefer to have a Russian interpreter just in case certain words don't come to you in English.
Huh.
Yes. Would you please tell the jury where you currently live and whether you're working or in school?
I live in city of Parkland and I'm studying in college at Brown.
And what are you studying?
Cybersecurity.
Marianne, how old are you?
19.
Who do you live with?
With my parents, my mother, my father, and also with my brother and two sisters.
Marianne, in 2018, did you live in the same home in Parkland?
Yes,
Were you in high school?
Yes, I was attending Marjorie's Dorman Double School.
I want to turn your attention to February of 2018. Can you explain for the members of the jury how long you have been in this country?
Я думаю, что около 1,5 месяца, потому что в августе поступил
I believe that for like month and a half, but the school I was only attending approximately only 2 weeks.
Explain for the jury how it is that you were able to attend English classes if your English wasn't so strong at that point.
Это было сложно. Я использовал средства переводчика на телефоне для общения. Но студенты всегда очень приветливые, поэтому это было весьма возможно.
It was difficult, and I was using means of communicating with people through like an interpreter app, but also all of the students were very friendly and hospitable, so that helped a lot.
On February 14th of 2018, describe for the members of the jury what school was like that day, before the afternoon.
Это был день влюбленный, я его никак не праздновал, но у всех было приподнятое настроение. Школа как бы была более активной и живой.
It was a Valentine's Day, and I personally was not celebrating, but the whole school was kind of had like uplifted mood. People were in very good mood.
Fourth period of that day, what class were you in?
Первые 3 периода я не помню, но 4-й период я был в классе географии.
I do not remember the first 3 periods, but for the fourth one, I was in a geography class.
And what building was that class in?
Это 12-й.
Building number 12.
What floor was the class on?
На 3-м этаже.
Third floor.
Hi, JMK.
2 p.m. Describe for the members of the jury what class was like and what happened.
Вначале класс был обычно, ничего не происходило. Все было как обычно. У нас только писали что-то вроде задания работы, небольшого теста.
So initially in the beginning, it was just typical class. Nothing was happening, and I believe there was like in the beginning some task we had to do by ourselves.
Я помню, что на задание использовал, опять же, Google переводчик, переводил с английского на русский и с обратно.
Anubis, I did check one other news station that's streaming. Theirs is no better. It's however they have the mic sound set up. Yeah, JMK, I'm a little bit tired. I had COVID and pneumonia, and then we streamed a little bit late yesterday.
Я уже плохо помню, как
And the small people were fist fighting at 7 a.m.
что-то вроде communicate, где можно было говорить на русском и на английском, и все это записывалось и переводилось на английский.
I don't remember very well the way I was using it back then because I'm not using it anymore right now. But I believe there was something like communication option when you could speak in English or Russian, and then it was recorded, and then it would get translated.
So as you're sitting in class and you're performing your task and using Google Translate, what happens next?
Сработала синхронизация. Насколько я понял, это по-правильной синхронизации.
So the alarm went off, and as far as I understood, that was a fire alarm.
When the alarm went off, did you have your headphones on?
Да, у меня были наушники.
Yeah, the audio was terrible yesterday. This is
Yes,
much
I had
worse.
headphones on because
Something going on with the
I was the
microphones.
translator, and I was also
I
trying to
think some of it is because he's using an interpreter.
What happens when you
They have her mic'd more than him.
So the
But
other
this
one
guy was
is
actually
if
present
students
that day.
started exiting class.
Но, насколько я помню, студенты не сильно торопились и собирались более-менее медленно, так это был последний урок, и собирались брать уже вещи с собой.
And as far as I remember, nobody was in a big hurry because it was like the last class, and people started gathering their stuff to leave.
Muffin, I'm sorry we're loud. I have it maxed out,
Насколько я помню,
so it's gonna mess with my levels.
мы собирались быстрее.
And
I have it
as far
maxed to try to
as I
help the
remember,
court.
the teacher, he actually yelled for us to hurry up, to pack up faster.
Ну и мы поторопились и начали покидать класс.
So we hurried and we started leaving the class.
После чего в коридоре было большое количество студентов, и из низкого роста я не мог увидеть, что впереди.
And after that, there were lots of students in a hallway, and because of my height, I'm not too tall, I wasn't able to see what's in front.
Но потом впереди что-то начало происходить, какой-то шум, кто-то начал что-то говорить, кричать. Я без знания английского не понимал вообще, что происходит.
Then something started happening in front. There was some noise. Someone started speaking and yelling something. But because of my English level, I wasn't really understanding what was going on.
Для меня все было незнакомо. Я только недавно в этой школе я не знал, что может происходить, но студенты впереди начали бежать обратно.
And to me, nothing was familiar there, and I didn't know what's in front of me. But I saw that some students started running backwards.
Но я начал медленными шагами отступать назад.
And so I started stepping backwards slowly.
И через несколько секунд раздались выстрелы.
And several seconds later,
Not an exchange student. His family had just come to the US like 2 weeks before.
the sound was very loud. That's why I a little bit shivered.
He does speak and understand English, but when he's
Then I
stressed
heard real gunshots
or when
in
he
my life. So that's
doesn't have translation app, he still has some issues. But he does speak and understand some English.
So after those gunshots, I also started running in the opposite direction of from where the shooter came out.
When you heard those gunshots, were you in the hallway still?
Yes.
And when you started to run, when you heard the gunshots, where were you running to?
Hey Jim Michael, how you been? Well.
So I was running to the opposite. It's a staircase.
Но пока я бежал, что-то ударило мне в ногу. И в этот момент я, когда ударился в ногу, я заметил, что слева есть учитель и несколько студентов, которые стоят на углу.
But while I was running, something hit my leg. And also when I was running, I noticed on my left there was a group there with a teacher and several students.
И я побежал к ним.
So I ran to them.
И учитель пытался открыть класс, и у него это не получилось.
So the teacher tried to open the class, and it did not work out.
When you say it didn't work out, what does that mean?
Ну, ему не удалось, он пытался ключами что-то сделать, поскольку я не делал, но
So he was trying to use his keys. I saw he was trying, but it didn't work out. He did not open my class.
And while he's struggling to open the door, have you already been shot in the leg?
Да, я перед тем, как бежать в этот угол, меня уже ранили.
Yes, before I ran to this corner, I already got wounded.
Did he try to then open a different classroom door?
Да, он попытался открыть другую дверь класса, и опять же ему это не удалось.
Yes, then he tried to open the other door of the class, and again, it did not work out.
While this is happening, are there more gunshots going on in the background?
Да, выстрелы было очень.
Yes, there were very many gunshots.
And what are you thinking?
Ну, я в тот момент, я не знаю, о чем я точно думал, но шокированно я не мог поверить, что это может быть стрельба, потому что я не мог поверить, что такое может случиться.
I don't know what I was thinking at that moment. I was in shock. This shooting, I couldn't believe that was happening.
Я был уверен, что то есть это не может быть стрельбой, потому что не может такого случиться.
I was actually sure that it couldn't have been
Hey, Nick.
because that simply
CCW, you and Sandy can start the wheelchair fighting league. Turn both wheelchairs into battle bots.
yes.
What happens next when the teacher cannot open the second classroom door?
Учитель выглянул из угла, и в тот момент, я думаю, на несколько секунд выстрелы перестали происходить.
And then the teacher, he looked from around the corner, and I believe at that moment for like several seconds, the shooting stopped.
И он сказал нам бежать к лестнице.
So he told us to run towards the staircase.
Насколько я помню, в этом году было несколько студентов, и несколько этих студентов сидели и не побежали.
As far as I remember, at that corner there were several students, and those several students they were sitting, and they did not run.
Why? What do you mean?
Я в тот момент не был уверен, что с ними, но вокруг я видел капли крови, и
At that moment, I wasn't sure what was happening to them, but I saw some drops of blood around there.
Yes, Jay Michael, he is.
я побежал с еще несколькими студентами к противоположной лестнице.
So I ran with a couple other students towards the staircase.
When you go.
И тогда, пока я бежал, я думаю, что раздались еще несколько выстрелов.
And then while I was running, I believe several more gunshots sounded.
И я побежал вниз по лестнице, и там уже я заметил, что по ощущениям меньше людей стало, чем бежал.
So I ran, I ran down on the staircase, and at that moment, I had an impression that there were less people than before.
Я уже не видел учителя и еще нескольких детей.
I was not seeing the teacher and a couple other kids around.
Но с теми детьми, которые остались, мы вышли на улицу из корпуса, и там лежал очень перед выходом.
But outside with the other kids, we got out of the building, and there was a male's body just laying there.
И когда мы вышли, мы подошли к зданию, мы побежали в сторону парковки.
CCW, YouTube's been holding any messages with the word Russian or Ukraine in them.
Да,
Yes, that was understandable, but I was still in denial.
Я придумываю себе всякие причины, которые нелогичные и неестественные причины.
I was making up some reasons that were not logical and they were not natural.
Did any police officer run towards you when you exited that building?
Нет.
No.
When you took off running, where did you go?
Бежали в сторону парковки к границам школы.
I'll make sure she gets the message, CCW.
Parking, we ran towards the border of the school territory, school premises.
Мы были уже весьма далеко от здания и начали идти медленным шагом.
So, and we got pretty far away from the building, and then we started walking slowly.
Но потом опять раздались выстрелы.
But then the gunshots sounded again,
И мы подумали, что стреляют опять в нас, и мы побежали.
and so we were thinking that we were the target of the shooting again, so we started running again.
And when you heard those gunshots from after you had run away from the building, how far were you from the building when you could still hear those gunshots?
Я так сложно оценить, но мы были на достаточно большом расстоянии, что мы уже чувствовали себя в безопасности.
It's hard to tell, but the distance was it was big enough for us to feel safe.
If I showed you a map, would it help you in your testimony?
I know, Jim Michael, but the problem is how they have them mic'd.
I'm broadcasting that.
Okay. I don't know if this is on, I'm not sure how to turn it on. Mary, I'm going to show you an image that will appear on your screen. Sorry, apologize. I'm showing him what's already known as stage one. Erin, do you see the 1200 building that you were in that day on this map?
Да.
Yes.
I'm going to turn on a feature that allows you to draw on the screen. Actually, I don't know if I can turn it on, but
Okay.
okay. Mary, I'm going to ask you to please circle the 1200 building or building 12 that you were in. Now, if you can show the members of the jury which door you exited from and which direction you ran. If you recall. If you don't recall which door you exited from, that's okay.
So I exited from this side.
And then show the members of the jury by drawing a line which direction you ran.
I think something like that.
I'd like for you to place an X on the screen where you were standing when you could still hear those gunshots.
I think somewhere in this zone right here.
And is that what caused you to then start running again?
Yes.
Okay, so you start to run which direction do you go to? What do you do next?
Мы начали бежать, вначале несколько студентов попробовали перелезть через забор, и они побежали, я с ними побежал сюда.
It's why I have closed caption on.
Students tried to climb the fence and it did not work out. So then they start running.
Absolutely not JMK.
И это там надпись, название школы, и это низкий забор, и через него нужно было легко перелезть.
So and then there is the sign with the name of the school, and the fence is not too high, so you can climb over that.
Could you please show the members of the jury by marking it with an X? Where are the fences that you had to climb?
A better question would be which feed is he using for the better audio? That's the question I wanted.
And Marianne, how were you able to climb that fence if you've been shot in the leg?
Croc, sometimes he'll run his through a really expensive soundboard where he can change the
So
game
at that moment,
and
I
stuff.
was not concerned with anything but to leave the premises of the school. And at that moment, at that place, there were some people there that helped us to climb over.
I think he has, yeah, he runs it through OBS,
Where do you go next?
and he has a bunch of Nick's old equipment too.
Я
Oh.
вместе с этими студентами побежали в школу в закрытую дверь, у меня открылся номер.
So together with the other students, I went to the, it's like enclosed area where the houses are.
Do you mean a neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you use your phone at all to make any calls to 911 or your parents?
В то время у меня не было сим-карты, и чтобы использовать телефон, мне нужно было поймать Wi-Fi.
At that moment, I did not have a SIM card. So in order to use the phone, I had to catch a Wi-Fi signal.
So if you don't have a SIM card, and why didn't you have a SIM card?
Но мы только приехали и еще не успели освоиться и купить сим-карту.
So because we just had arrived and we didn't have a chance to get the SIM card yet.
And what do you do in order to try and get Wi-Fi?
Я, так как у меня был Xfinity, интернет-доступ, я
People are more than welcome to go watch his stream if they would like, but the discussion about him is done.
I found nearest house that had a Xfinity signal, and I was able to connect.
Were you still with those other students as you're walking?
в тот момент, да,
At that moment, yes.
And how were you able to, or did you communicate with those students?
ну, опять же, я мог использовать только переводчик, так как сказать ничего не мог и как понять ничего, поэтому тоже через переводчик.
No, again, only using Google Translate because I wasn't able to say anything and I was not able to understand anything.
Who did you call once you had Wi-Fi?
Я позвонил маме и сказал, что что-то происходит в школе, и я не могу поехать на автобусах, чтобы приехали меня забрали.
I called my mom and told her that something was happening at the school and that I'm not able to get on the bus and that they need to come over and pick me up.
Did you tell them that you had been shot or that there was a shooting?
Нет, в тот момент я не был уверен, что именно происходит в школе. Может быть, там много, может быть, террористов там много, возможно, даже один, но это я боялся, что мои родители могут приехать в школу и так как у меня находится там и их могли ранить.
No, at that moment I wasn't sure if there is terrorists or if it's just one person, one terrorist. I was not sure what was going on, and I did not want my parents to come to school because I also have my brother there. I didn't want anything to happen to them.
Were you afraid that if your parents went to the school, that they were going to be in danger? tell them what had actually happened?
Yes.
In that moment, did you have any way of communicating with your brother who was still on the school campus?
Нет, у меня не было возможности связаться, как мы родители.
No, I did not have any chance to get in touch with him.
Who came to pick you up?
Меня приехал забрать отец,
My father came to pick me up.
и он привез меня домой, и когда я вернулся домой, зашел и сказал, что что-то не попало.
So he took me home, and when I came back home, I went inside and I said that something happened to me.
И тогда мама сказала, что повязала ногу, и тогда она видела, что у меня там много крови, и что у меня рана.
So my mom told me to show her my leg, and when I did, she saw there was a wound and there was a lot of blood.
Did your mother do anything to take care of that in that moment, or were you taken somewhere for rescue?
Ну, она, я точно не помню, но она обеззаразила рану и, может быть, повязку наложила.
I don't remember exactly, but I believe that she disinfected it and she put like a bandage on it.
Where did your father go?
Мой отец поехал забирать моего, искать моего брата в школу.
My father went to school to look for my brother,
Но он не смог туда попасть, так как там полиция его остановила.
but he was not able to enter the premises because police stopped him.
И наши друзья приехали, и мы с ними поехали на территорию школы, чтобы меня там забрала уже такая помощь.
And so our friends arrived and we went all together back to school in order for the ambulance to pick me up.
И также я в этот момент тоже очень волновался за отца, потому что я боялся, что может пойти в школу, чтобы стать моим братом.
I was also very worried about my father at that moment because I was worrying that he'll go back into the school and try to find and pick up my brother.
Were you worried that your father would enter and encounter the shooter?
Да, он в Крыму, из Крыма, он работал полицейским 17 лет, поэтому у нас что он может принять какие-то действия.
Yes, in Crimea, we are from Crimea. He was working as a police officer for 18 years. So I was worried that he might take some action.
When did you finally come into contact with your brother?
Когда их уже перевезли в безопасную зону студентов, и учительница моего брата связалась с нами и сообщила, что все в порядке.
When they already took students to the safety zone, his teacher, she called us and she notified that he was okay.
Mary, when you were able to finally take a look at your leg, can you describe for the members of the jury how the wounds looked? Was there an entry and an exit?
Было только в одной отверстие. Это была круглая рана, напоминающая чем-то ранение, но это осколок.
It was the entry one. It was like, and it did seem like something that resembled the bullet wound. But what happened? It was actually just part of like debris.
Да, осколок.
Yeah, it was just like a piece of a bullet. Yes.
And once it was cleaned up and the blood was removed, approximately how big was the wound?
Сложно сказать, но прям было большое, но не понимаю.
It's hard to tell. I don't remember well, but it wasn't too big or too small.
Your Honor, may I have your permission just to stand where he is and point to where it was that he was shot?
Sure.
Mary, I'm going to ask you to please stand up and just, over your clothing, just point to where on your leg that you were shot. And if you could just show the members of the jury. Thank you. You can have a seat. Mary, first witness.
You ready?
Mary, I'm showing you what has marked as states and a composite of two photographs. Do you recognize these two photographs?
No.
Yes.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the way that you looked back in February of 2018 after you were shot?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states O. A single photograph. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of you on February 14, 2018 inside the building?
Yes, and that's me right here.
Your Honor, this time the statement into evidence, or statement into evidence, has been pre-marked as states N, a composite of two photographs, as states 14.
Any objection?
None.
Without objection, states and for identification are now being evident. That is States Exhibit 14, a composite exhibit of two photos.
And we now move into evidence what has been pre-marked as states O, a single photograph, as states 15.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, states O for identification are now being evidence. That is States Exhibit 15. Don't know these exhibits able to be viewed by the whole court.
Yes. Can I have permission to publish?
Yeah, could you use the eraser function first?
Yes.
And then you may proceed.
And I know you mentioned that you were short back then. You're not so short now. Can you describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
That is me standing there, and at this moment I have a wound on my leg.
How old were you here?
I think around 14 years old.
Now showing you states 14. That was, for the record, composite photograph number 2, and now I'm showing photograph number 1. Is this a photograph of the location of your area where the fragments of the bullet entered?
Yes.
Marion, did the particles that were inside of your leg ever get surgically removed, or do they remain inside your leg?
It's in there.
Currently today?
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned that you were too short to see over the rest of the crowd. I'll show you what is now in states 15.
I will see if running it through OBS tonight I can change much. But other than that,
You once the fire alarm went
if you want to watch it there, people can go there.
Yes, yes. Is that the teacher that was trying to open the classroom doors for you?
Я, конечно, сложно так, я знаю, что его звали Расписки. Я знаю, что его звали Расписки, но внешне я не помню.
It is hard for me to identify visually, but I know that his name is Raspilsky. Raspilsky.
Расписки.
Raspilsky.
I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mary. Just a few questions for you. You were in the 1200 building when the shooting happened?
Yes,
And you were on the third floor, correct?
yes.
That was Mr. Rospierski's classroom. That was your teacher.
Нет, у меня учитель был другой. Это учитель географии.
No, I had different teacher. I had geography teacher.
Okay. Whose classroom were you in?
Помню, в классе географии, и именно номер кабинета я не помню.
Before the shooting, I was in the geography class, and the number of the room I don't remember.
Who was the teacher of geography?
Я забыл имя его, но я знаю, что он погиб.
I forgot his name, but I know that he died as a result of the shooting.
What is Mr. Rospierski's relationship to you? He was
Он не имеет никакого отношения ко мне. Я его впервые давно встретил, но, можно сказать, он не спас себе жизнь.
He's not related to me in any way. That was the first time I encountered him, I believe. But we can say that he saved my life.
okay. Prior to the alarm going off, you didn't hear anything unusual?
Я был в наушниках и слушал музыку, поэтому ничего слышно.
I was wearing my headphones. I was listening to music, and that's why I couldn't possibly have heard anything.
Did your classmates look like they were calm or excited before the fire alarm went off?
Я не обращал внимания на это, потому что был сосредоточен в задании, так как задания были сложные, все и решили полностью в них погружаться.
I was not paying attention because I was concentrated on my task since I had very big difficulty with understanding, so I had to concentrate on going through my task.
After the fire alarm goes off and you enter the third floor, what was the demeanor of the other kids at that time?
Ну, все толпились, и сложно было сказать, какое поведение, но вот те, кто были впереди, они, у них происходило что-то странное, необычное.
Well, it was crowded. It was hard to tell what demeanor students had, but the ones that were in front of the crowd, you could tell there was something unusual happening.
And when the shooting started, did people's demeanor change?
Ну, все начали разбегаться по классам и разных бежать в сторону от стрельбы.
Yes, everybody started running to classes, like running in the opposite direction away from the shooter.
And you said that you remember seeing the teacher Rospierski trying to find his keys, correct?
Я не помню точно, что именно он делал. Класс найти ключи или пытался вставить ключ, чтобы открыть класс, но он факт в том, что он пытался открыть класс.
I don't remember exactly what he was doing, if he was trying to find his keys or if he trying to insert his key into the door lock, but he was trying to open the classroom.
And you never saw him be able to open up that door, correct?
No, I did not see him open the door.
And he even tried on another one of his doors and he couldn't get that open, correct?
Yes,
And you and the other kids were trying to get into that classroom to seek shelter, correct?
Я не знаю, как какие ученики, но я в тот момент, если уж что-то попало в ногу, я вместо того, чтобы продолжать бежать по же лестнице, мне что-то в голове, ну, и я зашел к тому.
I don't know about the other students, but after something hit my leg, instead of keeping running to the staircase, I walked to the corner.
Were you trying to get into his classroom to seek shelter if he had gotten the door open?
Ну, на самом деле, я в те времена, так как с школы был знакомый, и сильно ничего не знал, и меня не сильно внушало доверие классной комнаты, так как там стекло мне казалось это не слишком надежно, поэтому не знаю даже, если бы, наверное, он открыл класс, наверное, я бы зашел, но не уверен, насколько бы это было.
Actually, I was very new in that school, and I was not trusting those classrooms too much. There is a lot of glass there. So I don't know. If he had opened it, I probably would have entered, but I'm not sure if that would be very safe.
Do you know the names of any of the other kids who were waiting there to try to get into Rospierski's classroom?
Нет, я не помню. Несколько студентов мне были знакомы, когда я уже их встречался, были общие классы, но я не помню.
No, I don't remember. Several of them were familiar to me because we met in some, we were taking some of the same classes, but I don't remember.
Do you know if any of the kids that were trying to get into the classroom were hit by bullets?
Сколько я знаю, нет.
As far as I know, no.
You're not, you're certain of that, or you're not sure?
Среди раненых я не видел знакомых мне лиц, которые...
I haven't seen any familiar kids among the wounded ones.
When you left out of the building, that was from the west side of the 1200 building, correct?
Сейчас, да, наверное, да.
Well, yes, let's see. Yes, that would be probably yes.
Marion, can I just have you take a look at this photograph and tell me if that looks familiar to you? Is that the side that you left from?
Да, вроде бы.
Yes, it looks like that.
And you saw You were new, I understand.
No,
And when you were running, you first never saw my client on that side of the building, correct?
Defenses might seem okay.
when I was running, I
No, I just ran it through a booster.
around me except the students.
I changed the audio.
Oh, cool. You went and got the extension?
Yes, for now. Otherwise,
Paying
I'm
attention
going
to
to
my
be not so
surroundings.
nice.
I was concentrating on running away.
I'm getting irritated.
When you heard additional shots, more shots while you were outside, you said you started to run, correct?
Да, мы бежали достаточно далеко от здания, настолько, что мы чувствовали, что для этого мы бежали, а сейчас остановились, стали немножко передышку идти пешком, потому что были весьма далеко от территории, на границе территории школы, сам угол, поэтому
Well, I just ran it through an audio enhancement program.
So we were feeling like it's more or less safe, so we slowed down, we started walking, because we almost got to the border of the school premises.
и потом, когда раздались перестрелы, мы думали, что стреляют, возможно, в нас, и опять побежали.
And then when the gunshots sounded again, we were thinking that maybe we were the target, so we started running again.
When you say you thought you were the target, explain to the jurors what you mean by that. What did you fear at that moment?
В тот момент я подумал, что, возможно, он из здания стреляет, а нам из того, откуда мы пришли, из нас здания.
Yeah, at that moment I was thinking that maybe the shooter from the building, the one that we ran from, the 1200 one, that they were targeting us.
So if I understood you correctly, from the sound that you're hearing, you believe that the shooter was shooting from the building outside, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on. What's the legal objection?
That counsel testified as a mischaracterization of what she said.
No, that's what we ruled. He can answer that question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. From the sounds that you were hearing, you believe that the shooter was firing at you while you were outside, correct?
Нет, звук был просто стрельба в здании, но это подсознательно, думаю, я себе внушил больше, чтобы, просто что я в угрозе, вот так.
No, the sound was, it was just shooting in the building, but subconsciously, I had this idea that I'm in danger.
Correct. And if I understood you correctly, the danger that you felt was you could be hit by bullets, correct?
Не то, что пули, я боялся, что, наверное, мне больше в тот момент подсознательно страх был того, что, возможно, нас будут еще, что я не был уверен, что это один стрелок, я не знал, что происходит в школе. Я думал, что, может быть, там, сейчас еще бежит кто-то, или может это бежит.
Not even to get hit by a bullet. Subconsciously, I was more worrying that there might be more than one shooter. I didn't know what was going on, so I thought maybe somebody else gonna run and start shooting.
Это больше как бы было все для самообучения, чтобы сохранить себя. Хотя на самом деле, как бы там по звукам было, только звуки выстрелов были слышны из здания 12.
So it was more like the self-assurance, just to save myself, to preserve myself. What was happening in reality, there was just shooting coming out of that building.
И я в то время, когда себя разделил, я много себя чего внушал, побежал, то есть и когда даже я был уже ушел с этой школы, я внушал, что, возможно, это вообще не стрельба, а что вообще какая-то тренировка.
At that moment, I was trying to convince me in a lot of things. I was trying to convince myself that maybe it was not a shooting, maybe just some practicing.
потому что у меня находился брат на территории школы, я не хотел ездить в школу.
Because I had my brother on the school premises, and I did not want to believe that it's actually a shooting.
I understand. So if I think I heard you correctly, even though you had only seen one shooter, you thought that there might be more shooters on the campus, correct?
Нет, я знал, что там один стрелок, потому что я видел только одно стрелка, и только всегда логически понятно, что как бы, когда не стрел, что там стреляет только один человек. Но это больше просто как бы, может быть, самовнушение, чтобы спасти себя, бежать.
No, I knew that there was one shooter. I knew that, there was one shooter in the building. But it's like, and logically you understand that that's what's going on. But this is like trying to, it's like a self-conviction. You're trying to convince yourself something else in order to keep running.
You ran because you still felt like you were in fear where you were standing, correct?
Да, у меня был страх, поэтому я, как бы, можно сказать, это было самоподдержание, чтобы страх этот оставался, чтобы ты продолжал бежать, как бы были силы, чтобы бежать.
Yes, fear. I can tell you like it was a fear in order to get going, in order
Right.
to keep me running.
So one final question. Even though you're outside of the 1200 building and you had run some distance, you still felt like you could be harmed at any moment, correct?
Когда мы отбежали далеко от здания, мы пошли, потому что начали чувствовать себя в безопасности. Но когда раздались снова выстрелы, мы как бы просто решили покинуть быстрее территорию школы, потому что
Yeah, when we ran far away from the building, we started walking, because we felt like we were in safety. But then the gunshot sounded again, so we started running because we just tried to get out of the school premises.
Marion, I thank you for coming in. I do wish you the very best.
Thank you.
And redirect. Go ahead.
How many shots in total do you remember hearing, approximately?
выстрелов было много, но около 20.
There were many gunshots, approximately maybe 20.
And all of those gunshots that you heard, those all happened inside the 1200 building, correct?
Да.
Yes,
What's your teacher's name that passed away, Scot?
yes.
You mentioned Mr. Spearsky saved your life. Can you explain?
Ну, я думаю, что если бы мистер Спирский явно, наверное, остался бы, может, не осмелился бы выбежать из угла.
I'm thinking that if not for Mr. Spearsky, I probably wouldn't have the courage to run from around the corner.
Я знал, что
Caroline, they're trying to differentiate. The coward cop is not being charged in regards to some of the kids because of when he was, quote unquote, on scene at their building. So they're trying to prove that not only was he scared, but kids were scared. And when they saw him, and could he plausibly deny being oriented to what's going on?
No,
So he didn't enter the building at any point.
Judge, I'm going to object.
What's the legal objection?
Leading the witness
That's overruled. Sir, you may answer the question. Go ahead.
and lack of knowledge, whether he entered at all. That's the question.
Hold on, sir. Not speaking objections. The legal objection, speculation is likewise overruled. You may answer the question.
no.
I have nothing else.
Based on that, any recall?
No, Your Honor.
Statement of witness excused.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Hey, Kara, good to see you. We've missed you.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. May I call you? Your Honor, at this time, they would call Armand or Scot.
Kara, hi. Long time, really, seriously, long time no visit. How you feeling?
Hey, Danny, in case I missed saying good morning to you earlier.
I'll be back in a minute. Coffee calls.
I'm so sorry, Kara. Email me, reach out.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My first name is Armand, Arman. Last name is Borgach, Borghei.
Mr. Kilroy, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Armand, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And are you currently in school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Villanova in Pennsylvania.
What are you studying up at Villanova?
Criminology.
Now, going back to February 14th of 2018, where did you go to high school?
Still in those.
What year were you then?
I was a freshman.
And how old were you?
I was 14 years old.
Now, on that specific day, during fourth period, what building did you have class in?
The 1200 building, which we call it freshman building.
And what floor was your classroom on?
Third floor.
And which class were you in?
I believe it was 1250, Miss Minko's class.
And what class, what was the subject?
Personalization, so it was like a free period, basically.
Now, while you were in that free period, at any point in time, did you hear some unusual or different noises?
Yes.
What did they sound like to you?
It's like pops or bangs.
How many, do you recall about how many pops or bangs you heard?
I would say maybe 4 or 5.
At that point in time, what did you think the sounds were?
At first, didn't really think anything of it. My initial thought was maybe someone was pushing a laptop cart through the hallway or something like that.
So kind of like something like this, but you push equipment or laptops on it, something like that. So you thought perhaps it was that the cart fell over or something?
Well, when they push those carts around all the time, and it makes some banging noises sometimes. So I thought it was one of those.
Okay. Now, after you heard those banging noises, did you hear any other noises?
Not until the fire alarm went off.
Okay. Now, that fire alarm, earlier in the day, was there a fire drill?
It was.
Now, as a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, were you taught what to do during a fire drill?
Yeah, I mean, the standard procedure is we all head out into the hall and have the designated places we're supposed to go with our class and work there.
Now, during a standard fire drill, does the teacher kind of lead the way of where the students are supposed to go?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. But sometimes we kind of just lose them and we just know where to be.
Understood. And earlier in the day, during that fire drill, is that what occurred?
Yeah.
When you heard the second fire drill, so during fourth period, did that stand out as unusual to you?
It was a little strange because we had one earlier in the day.
Did you think anything of it though at that point in time?
Not initially.
Now, when you were, after the second fire drill, did you go into the hallway?
I did.
Where in the hallway were you?
So I came out, it's, classroom, and everyone was kind of headed to one staircase. I believe it was on the east side of the building.
And is that where you were headed towards the east side stairwell?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point, well, was a crowd forming?
Yes, there was a crowd.
Okay. And while you were in that crowd, where were you standing?
So it was like across from the staircase, right by a window.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Armand, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as a States P. It's a composite of 3 photographs. Can you take a look at it? Do you recognize these 3?
I do.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of what the east side of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School looked like back in 2018?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states, what's already been previously marked as states composite P in as states 16.
It's 3 photos.
3 photographs, yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, States P for identification will now be in evidence as States Exhibit 16, a composite exhibit of 3 photos.
And Your Honor, may I publish these 10 be shown on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Ron, let's start with this photograph here. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may you enable the pencil to function? Armand, you can actually use this as a touch screen.
Okay.
That window that you were just testifying about, that you were kind of pushed towards, can you please circle where that window is? Now, just for clarification purposes, that's not in a stairwell. That's still, is that still in the hallway of your
Yes.
floor?
Outside of the stairwell.
That's why I moved.
Now showing you this picture. Do you see that same, well, let me do this. Do you see that same window in this picture?
Yeah, it would be over here.
Now showing you now the third picture. Is that the same portion of the building, just from a different angle?
Yes, well, the window would kind of be like on the other side, like over here.
Oh, you're still in the, I'm sorry, now go.
Like it would be like right around the corner, like in that area.
So it would be facing south.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, going back to this photo. When you were near that window, did you at any point in time look down outside?
I did.
And what did you see?
I saw the deputy with his firearm out.
And is that deputy, did you know who Scot Peterson was that day?
Not personally, but I did know him as our school's resource officer.
Okay, you saw him outside there. Approximately where on this photograph did you see him?
Approximately in like this area over here.
Okay. Now, when you saw him, did you see his firearm?
I did.
Did he have it out?
I did.
Was it pointed in any particular direction?
It was held out like in front of him, kind of towards the west, towards the football field.
Towards the football field, he had his firearm out?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were near this window, the third story window, how long would you estimate that you saw Mr. Peterson?
Well, I don't have an exact time, but it was definitely more than like a glance. Like I had a moment to, stop there and really take a look at it.
And was there anything about Mr. Peterson's actions that drew concern from you?
Absolutely. The fact that he had his firearm drawn, that's why I knew something was wrong.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Armand, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification that states Q composite 2 photographs. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What do you recognize it as? This is a true and accurate depiction of what the aerial view of the 1200 building looked like. Your Honor, at this time, the statement request to me it states what's been previously marked as states Q composite 2 photographs in as state 17.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, states Q for identification will now be in evidence as State's Exhibit 17, a composite exhibit of 2 photos.
Your Honor, may I call?
You may call.
I'm going to start off with this photograph here. Do you see, and using the pencil, do you see the 1200 building? Do you recognize it? Okay, can you put a dot or put a little X as to where you saw Mr. Peterson when you looked out that window on the 3rd floor?
Roughly this area.
Now I'll just show you a zoomed closer angle. Can you show on this photograph approximately where you saw it?
Approximately here.
Now, when you saw him there, which way was his head facing?
West.
Was his body also facing west?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him on a radio?
I don't recall.
Now, when Mr. Peterson was facing west, was he, at any point in time, did you see him looking to the south, to the 700 building?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see him looking east to the parking lot behind?
Not that I recall.
Did it appear to you as if his attention was to the west, towards the 1200 building?
Yes, like towards the front of the building.
Okay. And by front of the building, you mean like kind of like the west side of the building?
Yeah, like even though, like from that angle, he wouldn't have been able to see the front of the building, but like that's where he was looking.
Now, after you saw this, the school resource officer with his firearm out, what did you do?
So that's when I knew something was wrong, and me and one of my friends, we went away from the crowd at the east staircase, and we started heading towards the west staircase.
Okay, let me stop you there. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request for the state like to play, was there anything previously entered into evidence as states F7, which is in, I believe that's 6 dash.
You want to play out of State's Exhibit 6, F7?
Yes, sir.
And do we need to turn the
We
TVs
do,
off?
Your Honor, yes, folks.
Court Deputy, we need to turn the TVs off. Everything's good?
Armand, do you see the screen there?
Yeah.
Or am I missing something?
I admit, I jumped. That was loud.
So were you in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the crowd that you were speaking about earlier, the students walking towards the east stairwell?
It is.
Okay. Is this about the time where you were looking out that window that you testified to earlier and circled?
Yeah, let's say so.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Peterson, SRO, standing in the same spot while you were looking out the window?
The spot he's in right now?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Let me clarify, I'm sorry. Was he in the same spot the entire time that you were viewing him?
Yeah.
Now, at this point in time, do you remember what you did?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went towards the other staircase and I went down maybe like 2-3 steps and heard shots like directly beneath me. And at that point I turned around and came back up and went back into the classroom I was originally in.
Were you by yourself?
No, I had a friend with me.
How many shots did you hear?
In the staircase?
Yes.
I would say 2.
Could you tell whether they were inside or outside the building?
At that point I was pretty sure they were inside.
So just for clarification purposes for the jury, did you go to the west stairwell?
Yes.
Did you open the door?
Yes.
You went down a few steps?
Yes.
Is that the point in time when you heard shots
Yes.
and you turned right around and ran back up to the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay. When you got back up to the 3rd floor, what did you do?
I went back into my original classroom.
Okay. Now those shots that you heard when you were in the stairwell, how loud were they?
Very loud.
Now, when you went back into your original classroom, what did you do when you got into that classroom?
So our teacher locked the door and we all went like huddled in the corner behind where her desk was.
What was your teacher's name?
Miss Mika.
Now, when you were in the classroom, what were you thinking?
Just, obviously really scared and kind of wondering when help was going to arrive.
How long were you in that classroom for before SWAT came and got you out?
It felt like forever, but maybe like an hour and a half, close to 2 hours.
Now, besides when you looked out that window, did you see Mr. Peterson at all for the rest of the day?
No.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good morning, Alan. It's nice to see you again. Right, we spoke during your deposition, right? And did you have a chance to that to you to make sure that you okay. So if I heard you correctly, you were in classroom 1250 of the 1200 building during the shooting, correct?
I believe that was the number, yes.
All right. And when you all emptied out into the third floor hallway, how would you describe everybody's demeanor?
At first, it was pretty normal because no one really knew what was going on exactly.
Did it look to you like any of the people around you had heard the shots that were fired on the first floor before the fire alarm went off?
Well, I know the people who were in my classroom definitely heard it. I don't know about anyone else.
From the demeanor of the other kids in the hallway, which you said was kind of normal, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to characterize their demeanor as calm and like you would see anytime they walk down the hallway?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And then it changes when the shooter comes onto the third floor and begins firing, right?
Probably a little before that, when we kind of heard shots, you could kind of hear it gradually getting louder and louder. And
you would characterize when you looked out the window as a quick look, correct?
I would say a little more than that. I was able to pause for a second and take a good look.
Okay. So when I asked you whether it was a quick look, you're saying that that's not your testimony.
Well, it was a quick look, but it was more than just a glance.
Okay. And what you did see was not my client by the 7-800 building, but fairly close to the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
And you saw him with his gun out, correct?
Correct.
And you definitely saw him looking towards the west, correct?
Correct.
And he was definitely looking towards the football field, is what I heard you say, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about him being on his radio, police radio. You're not saying he definitely wasn't on his radio. In fact, correct? You're not saying that.
Correct.
In fact, what you saw was it was possible that he was actually on his radio, correct?
Correct.
And your thought process was that there could have been more than just one shooter based upon the sounds, correct?
Possibly, correct.
And you're also thinking there could be not only possibly multiple shooters in that building, correct?
Correct.
But you're also thinking there could be multiple shooters throughout the campus at that point, correct?
Possibly.
I thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes, just two questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Armand, at any point in time, did you see Mr. Peterson take the firearm that was in his hand and move towards the building that you were in, the 1200?
Move towards the building?
Yes.
No.
Did you just see him stand there with his gun outside?
Yes.
I got it.
Based on that, any recall?
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, look at 5-minute restroom break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Until we reach the end of the trial, I'll say when that is. If you leave the no passing your ears, step to the platform for 1 moment. I will be right back with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. Real quick, 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Well, at least the enhancer's apparently working.
That'd be a good thing. It's the way it was before. It's pretty much working.
You know the cost challenge, how we went to 55 and they won 80.
Well, at least the audio enhancement is working, everybody. Kara, you feeling a little bit better at least?
So there's a feeling I know well, Kara. Oh.
I second that, Kara. That's awesome, Kara. Tell Jess she's very welcome. We had a bunch of fun playing some games and talking last night. I'm glad you're getting better, Kara. I know that feeling.
I continue to have Ms. Combs, Mr. Killer, and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I continue to have Mr. Eggers present, and Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, anything you need me to address before we resume our presentation? Defense, anything you need me to address? No, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. Please bring the jury.
Well, she will be missed, Papa. Although I did tell her she's always free to contact me if she needs to in other ways. But we did enjoy having her for a double shift.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Once you're back to the same seat, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who don't have the remote, please come back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our first question break, we will know the state presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ashley Hazel Teener to the stand.
seated, might get you scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Yes, it's Ashley Pasteltiner, ASHLEY PASTELTINER.
Mr. Mayor, you may inquire.
I'm going to say Ashley, but I worked on your name last name, I don't think I got it quite right, so I'll say good morning, Ashley. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Ashley, could you please tell the jury, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am at Washington.
And did you recently graduate from college?
Yes, a few weeks ago.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Monroeville Blvd High School.
And where is that located?
Arkansas. Yes.
Were you there at Monroeville Blvd High School on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
That afternoon, let's say approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, were you in class?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what type of class were you in?
I was in my drama class in the 700 building.
And can you describe the 700 building? And by that I mean, is it classrooms are inside? Do you go inside to go to classrooms, or outside?
They're kind of like the indoor-outdoor setup. So, like when you open the door to leave, you go outside immediately.
Okay, so no interior corridors? No, okay. And I'm going to put up a map for you, and Judge, if I could have the pencil. Thank you. And then it states one. Give me one second. Sure. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
He does stand when they initially enter and exit for the day, just not for the 5-minute breaks.
Which building is the 700 building?
Here. Oh, that's where my classroom is.
Okay, so you made a circle that, could you just make a little line around the whole building itself?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so the inner circle then that you've drawn would be where your classroom was located?
Yeah, around there.
Okay, and what building did you, if you're exiting your classroom, which building did your classroom face?
The 1200 building.
That afternoon, while you were in class, did anything unusual occur?
Yeah, the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Okay, do you remember when it went off the first time?
Yes, it went off in my trigonometry class, which was earlier in the day. I forgot it. I think it was my second or third period.
Okay, and which classroom was that in? Or building, I'm sorry, which building?
That was also in the 700 building on the second floor.
All right, and did that alarm trigger an evacuation?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually.
Yes, easy to, I think, because he gives so many 5-minute breaks, especially after the kids. I think that's probably why he doesn't, but he does at the beginning and end of the day. And like for lunch.
The parking lot on the left side of the 1200 building, so in between the two buildings.
Well, could you do me a favor and just put like a little X for that, where that parking lot was
Yeah,
that you
it was
evacuated?
around here.
Okay. And did I catch it correctly? You said it was on that classroom was on the second floor?
Yeah, when the first fire alarm went off, I was in the second floor classroom.
Okay, and what happened after you evacuated?
It was pretty normal. We went outside, we did we waited for all of the fire marshals to come through, do their thing, check our fire alarms, and then we went back inside.
Okay. And let me ask you, the classroom you were in that morning, did it face, when you're leaving it, did it face to the south or to the north?
It is the 1200 building also.
Okay. Going back to the afternoon, classroom you were in was on the first floor?
Yes.
All right, but also facing the same direction?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you have a fire drill for that classroom, do you go to a different location than you did in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and can you do show the jury, please, by making an X where you would go to for a fire evacuation from the classroom you were in the afternoon? So that afternoon, when you heard the fire alarm go off, what happened next?
So I walked outside of the building, when the fire alarm went off. I got like halfway across the grass that was right outside of there, and then I started hearing loud banging noises coming from the 1200 building. I thought that at first the roof was collapsing of the building, just because I was thinking the fire alarm went off for the second time that day. There must be a fire, and the noises were really loud. So I was staring at the top of the building. There was no smoke or nothing was happening to the building. And then I started hearing more loud banging noises, so I went back inside.
And if were you out there with a group of students?
Yes.
And did you recognize or did you know what the banging noises were, or did you just hear the sound?
At first I didn't know what it was. Like I said, I thought that the roof of the building was collapsing, but then after a few seconds, I guess I realized that it was probably gunshots.
And in your mind, where were those gunshots coming from?
They were coming from the 1200 building.
And when you say from, is it the outside or the inside of the 1200 building?
The inside.
And they were so loud that you felt that the roof was possibly
Yes.
coming down. All right. And if we can, you drew the two circles for us.
Mm-hmm.
So could you just maybe make a little dot inside those, whatever circle you feel is appropriate, where you were when you thought you heard those, when you heard those sounds and you thought maybe the building's roof was coming down?
Sure.
I know it's a little crowded, but
Kind of goes down.
so right about
Kind of like
on that
right there.
inner circle?
Yes.
Okay. And directly across from 1200?
Yes.
Right. Okay. You hear the sounds. What happens next?
When I started hearing the banging, it was clear that there was some kind of danger coming from there, so I ran back into my room in the 700 building, and I went into a closet.
And did the other students who were outside with you at that time, what did they do?
They also ran back and hid in the same closet as me.
All right. When you were in that closet, did you hear any further noise?
Yeah, we did hear gunshots for a little bit longer,
All right.
and then eventually they stopped.
Were they as loud, less loud? Since you're now inside, how can you
Yeah.
describe it for us?
I was behind two shut doors at that point, so they were definitely quieter, but we could still clearly hear the noise coming from the building.
Okay, and can you tell, I think you've already sort of mentioned it, but can you tell the jury what those two closed doors where they were?
Sure, so there was doors to come into my room, and then there was also a large storage closet at the back of my room, so we all hid in the storage closet.
So the door to the closet and then the door to the classroom?
Yes.
The two doors behind.
Yes.
And how long were you in the closet for?
For about 2 hours until we were evacuated.
All right, did who evacuated you?
The SWAT team.
All right, and how did you, when they evacuated you, how did you exit the building?
So that storage closet had two entrances, and the entrance to the bedroom was kind of in the middle of that courtyard area, like when you open the door, it went towards the courtyard area. So they evacuated us through that door that was further away from the 1200 building and had us go through the courtyard and then out to Pine Island.
Okay, so I know it's getting a little crowded there because you just put maybe a little circle or a dot where the courtyard area is.
Yeah, so the door that we would have left was like here.
And you door from inside the building?
Mhm.
And then the courtyard is where just past where the little dot is?
Yeah, it's the big square.
All right. At any time, first of all, do you know who was did you know the school's SRO, school resource officer?
Not very well, I knew that we had one.
All Did you know what he looked like?
No.
So if you had seen him that day, you wouldn't know him? If you had seen him?
Not by name.
Would you know him by his looks?
I mean, they wear the, like, uniforms, so I would have just assumed that it was our police officer.
All right. Did you see him at all that day?
No.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask to show what's in evidence. Show the witness what's in evidence as state's composite number 6, and this is number 13 in that composite.
This is F13, which
Yes.
is part of 6, Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
And it doesn't have to be, it's not sensitive.
The TVs are off, right, Mr. Fleming? They can be on?
Yes, sir. Can you see the video?
Yes.
Oh. I read it. Do you recognize what was happening in that video?
Yes.
And was that, does that video accurately show the point in time when you evacuated the second time that day from the 700 building?
Yes.
And does it also accurately show what happened
Yes.
that when you and the rest of the kids went back into the building?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
Great to see you again. We met during a deposition, correct?
Yes.
You remember I asked you some questions under oath and a court reporter was present.
Yes.
Remember that? I treated you fairly, right?
Yes.
First of all, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you.
At the time, you were in 11th grade on the day of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And you had production for theater, you were working on something, right?
Yeah, we're working on a plan.
Right. This was a large class, I was told, right?
Yes, there's about
Danny, I can increase the size a little bit.
And the teacher of the class was Melody Hertzfield, correct?
Yeah, Melody Hertzfeld.
Okay. And she's the drama teacher there, right?
Yes.
Theater teacher. And you were in her class, which is in the 700 building, correct?
Yes.
And that's the building right across from the 1200 building.
Yes.
And the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Yes.
First time was earlier, and that was like a fire drill. Right?
Yes.
So my guess is it went off the second time. You all did not think that it was something real, right?
We felt that it was weird that it was going off for a second time.
Got it. And so how would you describe the volume of that fire alarm?
It was a typical fire alarm, so enough to get your attention to leave the building.
Would you use the words super loud?
It was loud, yes.
Okay. And when you hear the loud noises, you initially were not sure that they were gunshots, correct?
Not at first.
In fact, it sounded like something that was exploding or collapsing somewhere, correct?
Correct.
Danny, I made them a little bigger for
And
you.
when you hear the first shots and then the secondary shots, your testimony is that my client was on a golf cart headed in your direction, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't standing next to you when this took place, correct?
No, not directly next to me.
You didn't see any broken windows or any bullet holes or anything like that, correct?
No.
Nor did you see any smoke coming out of the 1200 building, correct?
No.
You didn't see anyone who had been shot from where you were standing, correct?
No.
In fact, when you look into the building, let's say you look at the first, second floor, third floor windows, you can't see in to see the carnage that was created by Nicholas Cruz, correct?
No.
And when you initially heard the shots, your direction of sight was drawn to the top of the building, correct?
It was drawn towards the third floor roof area.
Okay. And your testimony, if I heard correctly, was that you initially thought, hey, maybe the roof was collapsing, correct?
Yes, because it sounded like the noise was coming from the top of the building.
Got it. And what is the echo gain?
There's a hallway that echoes in that area.
Okay, tell us about that.
Towards the end of the hallway, there's a long, kind of like indoor-outdoor hallway that's more closed than the others that you can hear echoes up and down.
Okay. And when you see towards the end of the hallway, is that towards the 800 building? Or is that, where towards the end of the hallway?
I'm not exactly sure what the number of the building was, but it was towards our auditorium.
Okay. And would that have been closer to, do you know ultimately where my client was positioned? Did you find out where he was positioned during the shooting?
I believe it was towards the right of me.
Okay. So would that have put that area of echo, would that have been closer to where my client was positioned?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say the echo gain, tell us what that game entails and what you would do.
When we would be rehearsing for shows later at night or moving in between the auditorium, we would, yell echoes towards each other just because it would go up and down the hallway.
So without question, you experienced, even before the shooting, you pronounced echo in that area, correct?
When we were directly inside of the hallway, yes.
Okay. I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Based on that, any redirect?
Just a few questions.
Go ahead, Steve.
Actually, first question I'd like to just confirm with you. You saw in the video the group of kids.
Yes.
You were in with that group of kids, correct? Yes. Okay. In your mind, how close was that, or how far was that from the 1200 building?
I'd say about from like where I'm sitting now to seats over there.
You're in the courtroom, the chairs or the benches in the back?
The benches.
Okay.
The first person standing, or sitting.
All right. And so when you're in that area, okay, you're not in that echo hall.
No,
correct?
not at all.
Okay. And are you familiar with the east end, the front of the 1200 building?
Yes,
You've walked by that building many times?
many times.
And if you were standing, do you remember at all the water pipes that are sort of in the front of that building? Okay. If you were standing in that area, would you be in the echo hallway?
No, that would be behind you. So
Okay.
if
So
you're
that,
standing in front of it, you wouldn't hear,
all right, so you wouldn't have an echo because you're not in the hall.
because you're not inside the hallway, correct?
All right. Further question.
Based on that, any recross?
No, you're
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Thank you very much. While she is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
State Clause Officer Richard Best.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you just stop and look. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
please state your full name and spell your full name?
Richard Best, Richard, Best, B-E-S-T.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or is it still good morning? I'm not sure. What time is it? Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently work?
Good morning, my name is Richard Best. I'm currently an active member of the United States Coast Guard.
And are you currently on a specific assignment? Are you here with permission?
Yes. I'm currently deployed for active duty, and I received permission to have my attendance present here today.
Can you please give the members of the jury a little bit of a background on your professional career in law enforcement and in the military?
Certainly. Back in 2007, I was hired by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in Nevada. I was a police officer out there. I participated in a couple of different assignments, mainly road patrol, and a little bit of additional training in certain areas with special investigations, gang response, intelligence, and due to family reasons, we decided to relocate to the East Coast. I relocated to South Florida, and I got hired by the Coral Springs Police Department in early 2013. I was a police officer with the city of Coral Springs for about 10 years. Worked as a patrol officer, field training officer, training newer officers, member of the department's honor guard, critical incident stress debriefing team, civil unrest and tactical support unit, and participated in various other training programs for the betterment of the agency. I enlisted in the United States Coast Guard in 2018 as a reservist, and I was a maritime enforcement specialist, stationed out of Lake Worth Inlet, Riviera Beach. Fulfilled my obligation with the Coast Guard, simultaneously working as a police officer. And with the Coast Guard, I was a maritime enforcement specialist with law enforcement functions on the water until last summer when I commissioned as an officer within the United States Coast Guard. I was assigned to Sector Miami. The easiest way to differentiate that was more operational to administrative with emergency management. And then in October, I was tasked with fulfilling a temporary critical fill to support families of Coast Guard members who are sick, injured, deceased, and ensure veterans get the proper benefits they're entitled to regarding military funeral honors. Not easy to talk about yourself, but that's about it.
I appreciate it. You mentioned that you enlisted in 2018. In February of 2018, were you working with the Coral Springs Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'd like to turn your attention specifically to February 14th, 2018. Can you explain for the members of the jury, were you working that day? What did your day begin like?
I believe I was working they called it a mic shift. It was to support with, due to staffing issues and high calls for service, they assigned several officers to more or less work the busiest time to supplement the regular calls for service, the officers taking the reports and everything. So it was either 2 p.m. to midnight or 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. And it was the beginning of that shift.
At approximately 2:20 in the afternoon, did you receive a call out?
I did.
Explain what happened.
I was in the report writing room at the police department on Coral Springs Drive with a couple of other officers, and we heard Sergeant Bill Reed ask if there was shots fired at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Dispatch said they were receiving a lot of calls, and it was just instinctive. Everybody got up and everybody ran to the parking lot and we all drove together.
Do you recall where you arrived, like where on campus you pulled your vehicle up?
Yeah, absolutely. We drove straight down Coral Springs Drive north. It turns into Pine Island. We crossed underneath the Sawgrass Expressway, and there was a caravan of cars. I made my first entrance, my first left turn in the southeast corner of the parking lot. It may be, I don't know if it's a faculty lot or whatnot, but we all just parked as close to the building as possible. That's the location.
When you got out of your vehicle, where did you run towards?
The building,
And when you say the building, do you mean building 1200?
yes.
As you're running towards building 1200, who do you see? What happens?
There was a lot of us. I followed Sergeant Bruce Kozlowski from the vehicle, and we ran north along the side, and Sergeant Kozlowski was telling other officers to stop at doors along the way as we were making our way to the north end of the school. We knew that the building 1200 was the far north end, but Sergeant Kozlowski did not want any shooter or shooters to go past us and out and get away, so he had officers stop along the way. We got to the north part of the parking lot, and Sergeant Kozlowski, myself, there may have been more. We rallied up with Officer Tim Burton, who was just arriving in his car.
Now, you mentioned that you were concerned that there may have been still the shooter on campus. Is that correct?
And we had every bit of thinking that he was actively there.
So when you're running towards the building, do you believe that you may encounter the shooter?
Yes, I was fully prepared to be shot at, unfortunately.
And while you're running, do you hear any gunshots?
We did not.
And how does the fact that you don't hear gunshots alter, if at all, the way that you're moving through that campus?
At that particular time for us, it had no effect whatsoever. We felt that, or I shouldn't say we, I felt that the shooter was there, he was on the campus, and I did not want another person to get shot, and I wanted to locate him as quick as I possibly could.
When you meet up with Tim Burton, where are you in proximity to the 1200 building?
I didn't know the building at the time, but now I know that Tim Burton was just to the east of it.
Give you a moment to orient yourself with this map. Now I'm going to zoom in to the 1200 building. And if you can describe for us where in between the 700 building and the 1200 building you arrived.
If you're looking at the P in Pine Island,
I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Gomes, you want him to use the annotator?
Yes, please. And is it blurry for you?
no, I could see it just fine.
Good morning, Fraudit.
Go ahead. And
Hey, Friday,
I
what's
selected
up?
the marker for you, so you should be able to mark the screen.
I am doing well, Fraudit.
I don't
How
know
are you?
exactly, from the cameras and everything, but from my recollection, we were somewhere right in that area. That's where Tim Burton was with his vehicle.
Okay. And when you saw Tim Burton, what was he doing? And who is Tim Burton? I apologize.
A Coral Springs police officer.
And what was he doing?
It happened really quickly. I believe he had just gotten out of his vehicle, and we were just out loud moving forward. It was just forward momentum.
What happens when you move past Tim Burton? Where do you go next?
All of us immediately located the one deputy standing. Do you want me to touch where that
Yes,
was?
please. Where was that deputy standing?
Right in this area over here. So when we arrived, we saw the one deputy, and then we saw the building, and we made the decision. Sergeant Kozlowski and Tim Burton said somebody needs to get with that deputy so we can communicate.
Was that deputy Scot Peterson the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Why was it important to get with the defendant?
We figured that he's already on the campus, and we know that our agencies had two separate radio channels. We knew that they were not patched at the same time, and the fear was there was just multiple layers of information, and it would be better to get additional information live from.
Busy, Fraud.
Was in that moment.
Glad to have you, though.
Defendant the real-time information that you were seeking.
Yes,
When you walked towards the defendant.
Fraud, what time are you
describe
live
to the
tonight?
jury
I'll drop
what
by.
he was doing, if anything.
I ran towards him very quickly.
And why did you run quickly?
I regretted it at the time, but we made the decision that somebody needed to get with him. And if you look at the building, we thought that the shooter was there. And once I took a few
It's
steps
been my
forward,
experience.
I
Just
realized I
that
was like a
last
sitting
one
duck.
is
It was
a
a very
full
bad
schedule.
tactical decision because he had higher ground, the shooter, and he could have picked me off very easily.
I will
but
definitely
not
come
being
check
able
you
to
out
know
tonight,
where the shots were
Fraud.
coming from specifically. But I ran, I got with the deputy pretty quickly.
In that situation where you're exposed, would the position that, is it, how do you say his name? Kozlowski? Kozlowski. Was Kozlowski in a safer position in that
No.
moment?
Nobody was really in a safe position. It was just very fluid. As soon as we saw Officer Burton, it's not like he was standing doing nothing by the car. He presumably, it looked like he had just gotten out of the car, and we were trying to go forward.
So when you approach the defendant, and do you see the man that you approached in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, can you please identify him by?
Send. Go ahead and post your channel name or something so Croc can pop the link into the chat and go ahead and tell everyone where they can find you and what time.
I literally said, "Hey brother, what do we got?" And he said, "Shots fired, second or third floor." And he was standing there looking at the building in front of us, the 1200 building. And I don't think I used the radio. There was a lot of radio traffic. And I just remember yelling out, "Shots fired, second or third floor." And that was directed towards Sergeant Kozlowski, Officer Burton. And there were definitely other officers there. I don't recall specifically other than Officer Whittington and Officer Carvalho, but there were more officers there.
When the defendant said shots fired, second or third floor, was it obvious that he meant inside the 1200 building?
Yes.
After the defendant told you where the shots were coming from, what did you do next?
There was radio traffic between a lot of people, but mainly Sergeant Kozlowski and Sergeant Mazzi. Sergeant Mazzi's team of officers was on the opposite
Don't worry
side.
about that one, bud. I got you.
Like here, for
Taco
example,
Terry.
is the west side.
Taco Terry. A little shirt there
There
on
was
the
a
front.
group of officers over there, and then Sergeant
Okay,
Kozlowski,
just
and these officers went
give
over here to
the
east side.
name or whatever Croc needs and he can
There was
handle.
a lot of just yelling back and forth.
Nah, he was easy.
The fear was you never want to have law enforcement go into
Go ahead and
opposite sides where they could potentially shoot
type
each other.
into a box about, your scheduled times and what you cover.
Knowing that there was
we can
enough people on
support
both
you.
sides, presuming that there was other people on the north side, which is over here, I stayed with Deputy Peterson briefly, and my thinking was, if any of these officers approach the shooter, if he jumps out of the window or if he comes this way to run, I am going to tackle him, I'm going to get him, I'm going to engage him.
So while you were standing at that location, were you making observations of what the other officers were doing?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you make the decision to no longer stand where you were standing?
Yes.
Explain to the jury why you made that decision to move away from the position that you and Deputy Peterson were standing.
It's twofold. First, hearing the radio traffic back and forth, knowing that it's a 3-story building and it was clear that the first floor was cleared. Officers were making their way through the
Beasties
second
in the
floor,
lair,
the
you
third
guys
floor.
know what to do. Make
And
sure
I just
we
figured at
say
that
hi
point,
to our
I'm not
new
doing
guests
anything
and go
over here. It
ahead
makes
and
sense to me to stay
make
over
sure
there.
you
Figured if
mark
he was going to
down
jump out, it
when
would have already
we're
happened.
going to be live so
And then
we
the
can
second
all
part of it
go
was, I
be
don't
good
remember where I got this
beasties and good
information
lair
from, but I
members
specifically remember
and
hearing
support our
the
fellow
shooter's on the
creators.
3rd floor making his way down to the 2nd floor with a gas mask. And having never been in the building before, I presume that there's a stairwell on the east side and the west side. I ran to the closest one. positioned myself in the stairwell. I met up with Officer Capri, who joined me, and we stood there holding our rifle up, and it felt like a really long time, but it probably wasn't. And we were just waiting and waiting and waiting for the shooter to come down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. And I 1000% believed it was going to be him or me or him or Officer Capri. There's no way that somebody was going to do what we knew took place without a shooting going back and forth.
When you ran towards that building, you said you didn't know the layout perfectly, but you wanted to get towards the stairwell. How important was it in that moment to have someone who understood the layout of that building relay that information to you?
I mean, it would have definitely helped out a lot, but at the same time, in this kind of situation, time is of the essence. You don't even have time to sit here and, draw out a map and ask somebody for guidance. It's almost, if this is your first time in the courtroom, you pop open the door and you look in the back, you look to the walls, you look around, you're assessing as you go. You have to move fast in this.
In that moment that you made the decision to leave that position and to run towards that building to confront the shooter, did Deputy Peterson come with you?
No,
Did he remain standing in his position?
I don't recall where he stood, but I remember when I came back out a significant time after, he was still there.
So for the entire time that you were inside that building and then exited that building, he remained in the exact same position.
Yes.
When you entered the stairwell, describe for the members of the jury what that looks like when there's officers kind of taking tactical positions in the stairwell.
There was so much going on. There were people, there was other agencies from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I remember, I believe Hollywood SWAT, Miramar. There was just so many different agencies and so many different officers brushing in, going past us, going all different ways. But to answer the question from a tactical standpoint, I stood with my rifle. I had an assignment. A lot of times with law enforcement, we look at these as problems, to solve a problem. So my problem was, I'm in the stairwell. I think the shooter's going to come down. That's my job. I have to trust the people behind me, to my left and to my right, to do their job. I knew that there was somebody else looking down the hallway. I knew that there were other officers on the 2nd floor clearing classrooms, clearing buildings, doing things of that nature. You can't really focus too much on everybody else's tactical assignments. You have to trust your team and trust the training of the other officers and the other agencies.
Did everybody kind of find a job and do it?
Yes.
And all these different agencies, different radios, everybody was able to kind of work together?
Yes.
As you stand there with the rifle pointed, did the shooter ever come down?
No.
Explain for the members of the jury what happened next.
It was like the gust of wind comes out of the sail. At some point, there was information, I believe it was over the radio, that the information that the shooter was coming down the stairwell came from somebody who had watched this on surveillance camera, on a security camera. And at some point, it was relayed to all of us that information was delayed. I want to say like 20 minutes delayed, because the person was rewinding the video, trying to locate the last place that they had the shooter. And when the information was relayed to us, we thought it was real time. We thought it was live. And it was significantly delayed.
When did you realize that?
It's all good fraud that they're gonna go to lunch soon. Hey, Sandy.
We were still in the stairwell, and then it was relayed that he had gotten out of the building and he was probably gone. And it was at that time. And then we transitioned to basically rendering aid.
Explain for the members of the jury, have you ever taken classes while you were at the Coral Springs Police Department or Las Vegas, the Coast Guard, on rendering aid in a combat sort of situation?
So this really isn't all that new. With Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, about 12 or so years ago, they implemented what we call MACTAC, everything has an acronym from law enforcement. It's multi-assault, counterterrorism, action capabilities, or something along those lines. But the thought process in Las Vegas was if you're responding to a hotel or a casino or a high-value location and you're a lone officer, you have got to stop an attack, possibly a terrorist attack. And there's different situations where you would form up a team. There's different situations where you're expected to go in yourself, and you have got to make a confrontation. Fast forward a little bit
I don't
to,
disagree with that.
and there wasn't too much
They could have
implementation
said
on
something.
medical
At
from
least said
Las Vegas
something.
at that time. It was more just confronting a shooter or confronting a terrorist attack. Fast forward to Coral Springs. I hired on in 2013. I want to say it was maybe 2015 or 2016. Sergeant Carla Kimatek, now she's Sergeant Miller, but she was in charge of the training unit, and she was very, very aggressive in getting us trained properly and adequately to address school shootings specifically. But if we go to a school, if we go to a populated building, if we go to a mall, here's what's expected from Coral Springs. This is what we want you to do. And I know that I remember her having the support from, it was Chief Tony Beasties at the time. So we did an extensive amount of training, and we're fortunate because it's not that big of a jurisdiction. We've got a lot of firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, but it was ingrained upon us that we may have to render immediate medical aid when possible to save somebody's life. So they didn't have a fancy name for it. I want to say it was just maybe stop the bleed or just stopping the bleeding. That was the emphasis for us. And then with the Coast Guard, for years, they've had, it's called Tactical Combat Casualty Care, and it's a similar premise with all three agencies.
So as it applies to February of 2018, what type of aid is the priority in that moment when you have gunshot wound victims?
Well, there's going to be two. Assuming you're no longer looking for the shooter, you're going to transition and you're going to observe a lot of loss of blood. So you need to stop that. So primarily chest seals or tourniquets. And
What is a chest seal?
That's why we have a program called
it's
Stop
basically
the
meant
Bleed that we
it's
teach.
a little clear plastic
And all
piece.
of
You
us
open it
that are
up, you put it onto
TCC3
either the
instructors
front chest area, the
can tell you
abdomen, the
about it,
back,
buddy.
the neck, over an open wound. And the goal is to just stop air from getting in and complicating the wound. We were never, trained paramedics or EMTs, so we just got the bare minimum training on what it was and what it accomplished. But we had very definitive tasking where here's a chest seal, here's how you would use a chest seal, here's how it would help save somebody's life, similar to a tourniquet with its own application. A tourniquet would be on limbs, arms and legs, and you want to stop the flow of blood, stop the blood flow. But I should also mention, we've also been told that you might not have a tourniquet or a chest seal. I mean, you could use, I could rip off my shirt.
I literally
Make that a
teach
tourniquet.
Stop the Bleed.
Applying pressure on wounds, things like that are
Not
nothing new.
that hard.
And are
And
chest
we're
seals,
Tessa.
tourniquets, I even suppose,
Glad to have you looking. I've missed
an
you.
understood necessary tool throughout law enforcement.
Absolutely.
There's a name I haven't
And-
seen in a long time.
In a situation where there are several children that have been shot, explain for the members of the jury how you would kind of triage and how you determine what to do in that situation.
I hate to sound insensitive, but
Loki?
the reality is you have to make very, very quick decisions. It's similar in the military as it is law enforcement, fire rescue.
That would be triage care. There are
If you've
guidelines.
got 10 people on the ground, whether they're children or adults, and you're looking at them, if somebody looks deceased, you're moving on to the next. If there's a chance at saving somebody's life, you're going to try to save their life. And you have to make a decision on, who stands the best opportunity.
Good.
There's split-second decisions. You're not really doing a full head-to-toe evaluation. Like in this particular case,
Sandy, I said
involved with
we're going to
that, but
modify your
I helped
Papa's
with several
wheelchairs and you
victims,
two can
transported them
start
over
a
to
new
golf cart
reality
and
show,
that
Wheelchair
golf cart
Battle
was then
Box.
taking them over to a triage location. The exactly what I just described was taking place at the triage location. And then they were making a decision on taking them to different hospitals. And it's just, it's a cycle. I hate to sound insensitive, but you have to prioritize, you know, if you can save somebody's life or not.
How important is it when triaging and trying to save lives to have all hands on deck, anybody who's available and able-bodied to help, especially law enforcement?
Especially in this case with the amount of victims, amount of injured people, everybody played a part. Sometimes you can have too many people. I really don't think in this particular case you could have had too many people. It was controlled chaos. We didn't really have egos on the ground. There was a lot of direction being given, and it was just kind of understood, you know, like, for example, I had somebody yell at me after most of this was done. I had somebody yell at me to stand by a gymnasium just to make sure that everything was triple checked and quadruple checked and cleared. I don't know who told me to do that. I just did it. Likewise, if I would have given somebody direction, I would think that they would have followed it.
Explain for the members of the jury, so what happens? You assist the victims, explain how the remainder of that initial controlled chaos takes place.
So we know that the shooter's gone, but it was again relayed. Sergeant Kozlowski was adamant, keeping everybody focused because it's very easy to become complacent. And when we found out that the shooter had left the campus, I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like everybody felt the same way, that we had failed. We didn't get here quick enough. We didn't do enough. We didn't catch him. And it was important that we knew that there could potentially be, there could be bombs, there could be booby traps, there could be other shooters, there could be other people, there could be other situations present, and we can't just, you know, walk away. We knew that those that needed medical attention were getting medical attention, but we couldn't just put our heads down and think that, okay, there's no more threat. There was a ton of faculty. They were absolutely incredible and amazing. They evacuated children, listening to all the directions from law enforcement. I remember yelling at some teachers to, you know, go with the children. Everybody listened and everybody did that, going to the specific areas they were told to go to. And then we remained over there for quite a long time. There was an update over the radio that a Coconut Creek police officer had located the shooter. He was taken into custody in a residential area not too far from the school. A bunch of officers went to assist him with that. But those of us that were at the school, we stayed at the school. That was our job. That was our tasking. A bunch of politicians showed up. A bunch of cameras were there. Command staff, mobile command posts, and then multiple SWAT teams methodically cleared the buildings. I was happy to see them do that because they have a lot more training in building clearing, so they can definitely do it a lot better than most normal road patrol officers. And at some point it was just deemed that, okay, this building is safe. I don't remember what time that was. It seemed like a long time, but then I returned back to the Emergency Operations Center at the Coral Springs Police Department.
Was it evening time by the time this was all over?
Yes.
You just explained that SWAT has more experience in clearing buildings. Can you explain for the members of the jury the difference between clearing a building once there's no shooter and how to respond when there is a live shooter?
If you can visualize responding to a shooting taking place, every single time you hear a gunshot, presumably somebody's getting shot. Every gunshot, it might not necessarily kill somebody, but at the same time it can. So if you're responding to a shooting taking place and you hear gunshots going off, you can very reasonably feel like every single time there's a gunshot, somebody's life is being taken, somebody is being killed, somebody is now dead. I don't know how else to visually explain or describe that, but that's why after Columbine, there's this huge push on law enforcement across the country to adapt this response. It's not that it's not that I, as one police officer, want to ever go into that situation by myself, but that's the understanding. I mean, you sign up to do this job and that's it. To answer your question further, I remember the second part. With SWAT methodically clearing a building, if there is no shooting taking place, from a road patrol perspective, I receive training, but it's not consistent training with building clearing. The SWAT team, they train usually once or twice every single month, and that's their bread and butter. It's like telling a cook how to make a meal. I mean, that's all they do. So they know how to do it safely, quickly, efficiently. They have more protection, greater weapons, etc.
Well, you're going to need a second team there, CCW.
Going back to that day when we felt that the shooter or shooters were no longer present, it was great to have trained SWAT officers from multiple agencies conducting the building clearing, because they're going to be very methodical. They're going to know the hard corners, what to look for, avenues of escape, things like that. And if you wanted a bunch of patrol officers to do it, it would take us far longer. It wouldn't be as safe, and it wouldn't be as effective.
Is it necessary to have SWAT in order to enter a building to confront a shooter?
No, absolutely not. I mean, to the contrary, that's what happened with Columbine. That's what changed. It used to be understood that you would set up a perimeter around the school or the building and you wait for SWAT for the reasons I just described. But it's understood that the longer you wait, the more damage.
I feel like I need to explain room clearing later.
Would you,
Say what?
in a situation where there are
I feel like I need to
gunshots
give
going
a better
at
explanation how to clear rooms.
ever order officers to stay 500 feet back?
Ever.
Why not?
I would be asking the complete opposite. I would be saying, I'm running into this building on the east side. Here's where shots are fired, or I'm running in from the north or running in from the west. I would be telling them where I'm going, counting on at some point engaging a shooter and having backup as soon as I could possibly get it.
And on February 14th, if there had been gunshots going, even if you had been told to stay 500 feet back, what would you have done?
I wouldn't have listened to the order. I would have taken the discipline and taken the hit. It's hard to put yourself in other people's shoes, so I'm not going to speculate on other people. I see things all the time with law enforcement that I don't agree with, and I say, why didn't they stand up, or why didn't they do this, or why didn't they do that? I can only answer for me personally. And me personally, if I hear shots being fired, you have to go in, you have to stop the threat. People are more than likely being shot or killed, and
Ardo, I'm
speaking,
actually
it's
friends
about
with Jeff
100% guaranteed that when an active shooter is confronted,
because of
the threat stops. Something
working
changes.
with
Either
Chris.
they stop shooting, they surrender, they give in, they're killed. Something
I
changes.
love Jeff's
I'm not
cover
going
of
to challenge.
16 tons.
Your Honor, can you go sidebar, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press pause on the direct examination of the witness at this point. I'm going to send you to lunch, and we're going to pick it up after the lunch break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence of the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the trial. I'll tell you when that is. I hope you all have a nice lunch break. If you leave the notepads and the envelopes in your chairs, they will be waiting for you when you come back. I'm going to ask you to please be back at the jury room. Let's call it 1:40 p.m. 1:40 p.m. Have a nice lunch.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go make some lunch, grab some lunch. I will see you guys after lunch. I'll leave this up. If Croc wants to run a game,
Which I will
great.
be doing.
I'm gonna make small
I'm
pizza for
sure that since
Okay,
I'm
we're
here,
outside the
there will
presence
be a
of the jury.
riot
Everyone
if
can
I
be seated.
don't.
So, sir, I'm going to have you step down. You can talk to anyone you want about anything you want, except your testimony in this case. It's just like you're on a witness stand. And I'm going to ask you to be back here at 1:40 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay? State, anything else you need me to address before we recess for the lunch break?
No, Judge.
Defense, anything else you need me to address? Okay, so then we'll be in recess for the lunch break till 1:40 p.m. I hope you have a nice lunch.
Got about an hour. We got a little less than an hour and a half. So.
And the room code is VWMQ.
That's Victor Whiskey, Mike, Quebec. Hey, McDome. How you doing, man? With Danny and CCW. Click that link right there, enter your name and the room code if you don't already have them. Some of us do. Where's Danny? Danny, run away. Danny and Kara and Mortassa. Come on. You too, Caroline. Let's go. Come on, Rabbi. You can do it. Okay. Random user. Mortassa. TWM2. There we go. Click. Okay, cool. Danny and Random and Mortassa and wow. Okay. I'll take that guy with the ears since somebody grabbed my cactus. All right. Give you guys about another 30 seconds ish. me just pop that up over there so I can go back to this thing. All right. All right, folks, let's do it.
Sit back and enjoy Quiplash 3. Brains a poppin'. Some call me Schmitty, but that's the doctor's name. I'm Schmitty's monster. And if you're not in the game, the next best thing is the
Yes,
audience.
Schmitty, you're a monster. Let's go.
Get in there and vote.
Bring it.
Okay, round 1. You're about to see a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head-to-head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great. Time's running out. Wrap it up or use a safety quip if you have to.
Come on, McNome, you can do it.
Writing time is over. It's go time. Up to bat, we have the federal government should have an executive department of blank.
Oh, good one, Martassa.
Let's see the next one. A good name for the opposite of a silent but deadly fart. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Okay. Oh, McNo.
Next one up. A sure sign you're trapped in a horrible nightmare. Here's the fun part.
Oh, ow. Quip. I'm going for that one. The other one will probably win, but I'm going for that one because that would be hell. Yeah, no coffee, bad.
Let's keep it going. If you want to be a supermodel, strut to the end of the runway and then blank. All right, people, it's voting time.
Aha.
And here we have the worst thing to be inscribed on a welcome mat. Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
There's one I haven't heard in a while.
Let's see how they handle. Pokemon Trainer is a much nobler job title than Pokemon Blank. Okay, choose your favorite.
Okay, Fraudit Wrangler, you'd have to be trying to offend me. I was a sailor back in the day.
Oh, I'll never forget
Don't
you round
care.
one, but now it's time to look at the scores.
Watch you finish. Watch
Welcome to
you
round two.
finish up
I
in
knew
last.
You could make it, but get ready. The points are doubled and the pressure is on.
Yeah, I know the feeling there, Fraudit. Oh, damn. Nice. Neither. Skate away from there.
Tick-tock, time's almost up.
I apologize in advance, Sandy.
And that's a wrap. So, how do you think you did? Let's see. Leading off, what's the smoothest line a gardener could deliver on singles night? Let's vote.
Yeah, don't worry too much about it.
Next, they really should cancel high school gym class and replace it with blank.
Target practice.
And now, pick your favorite.
Ooh. Ha! Figures.
Next up, a lyric you will never hear in a punk rock song. Time to pick the one you like best.
Whew. Good job, Big Gnome. I love it.
And next,
Don't be.
you know somebody stole this player's credit card when there's a charge for blank. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Oh, really? Okay.
And next is, if you don't have a dog, why do you have that doghouse? All right, choose your favorite. Okay, what's next? A sign that your romantic partner is actually a scarecrow. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip. No more round two for you. It's scoreboard time. Come inside and behold Riplash, a crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream.
Ooh.
Each of you will be sent a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Got all that? Good. Time's almost up. Hurry. Yeah, I get it. You can't rush a good poop joke. Okay, it's flip time.
Like there was a poop joke in there anywhere.
When you think about it, there are only 3 emotions. They are
Oh, big bad look.
all right. Vote for the
Okay. Man.
The 3 signs that you might be pure evil are okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, jeez.
3 items you always see in the background of adult films. All right, choose your favorite. You did it. Now let's see those final scores.
Oh, I wound up down in 4th. Wow, that's been a while. Mathematics, huh? Oh boy. Glitter remover. Oh, jeez. All right. So, who wants what next? Yes, the gnome is back. And I got my ass kicked. That's okay. Been known to happen. So, you guys want to do trivia? What do you want? Ooh. All right. Do we want to do air? How about we get some people? How about we get some people killed? That'll be fun.
The room code is SYXX.
There you go, folks. Aw, no fun, Mayor McNum. At least we got you a good game of Quick Flash before you left. Uh-oh. It's the darling duo. We're gonna have a problem. I can put you two up head to head. I don't know how well you're gonna do, but come on, let's get a couple more in here. Come on, Wrangler. You can do it. There's some random user. Any more? Milliseconds. Well, when you get down to nanoseconds, that probably work. Then we'll consider it overly quick, or at least partially quick. Yeah, no, it's not, but that's okay. I can do it. All right, gotta have at least 2 though. We gotta have at least 4. Back. I'm a double-headed heart. I got some seriously weird eyebrows. An edible arrangement? What?
Welcome to the game. First question. Which of my favorite movies is claymation? Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right? I don't like seeing that. Let's try another one. According to the 22nd Amendment, what's the maximum number of years someone can serve as president? Who picked this?
Oh,
Everyone is wrong. Come with me.
I figured I was going to take the hit.
Welcome to the killing room. I'm giving you all scratch tickets. What a quirky last-minute gift. Just scratch and find $3 signs and you get to live.
Yeah, seriously.
But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Start scratching. Oh yeah, and if you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for extra $ signs you find.
Oh, I'm toast. I should have gone with my first instinct. That'd have been okay.
Played it pretty safe. Boo. If you have a losing ticket, come with me.
Hey, Mama Bear, how you doing?
I always want to just push all the buttons.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Let's keep moving. Some people think that just because I'm a serial killer that I should own rats, but I'm like, come on, that's amateur hour. Capybaras are the largest rodent in the world. What's the second largest?
That one, I think.
Who picked this?
Oh, just Sandy.
The rest of you who are still alive, time for consequences. Bonjour! Welcome back to the killing room. This is the one with the big creepy mirror. Oh, hey, look! The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Go ahead and start writing. Watch closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
I was nowhere near quick enough.
Enter the right word method. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Looks like there's no fooling you. Aren't you special? You know what that means. Thanks to the ghost for not going into the light and instead staying here just to keep playing this dumb game with us. Let's try another one.
Enjoy.
Which of these X's came first? Who picked this? Everyone is wrong. Follow me. It's the mind meld. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Get to writing. Answer time is coming to an end. Now, let's see if there are any matches. Like a book.
Gotcha. Lincoln, Washington, Roosevelt, and
all die before the
I
final round
forget.
is ready. Did we just go back in time? That's crazy. Try to stay alive a little longer this time, huh? It's time for the next question. Who said, where there is love, there is life?
Roosevelt's the one is the one most people miss.
Who picked this? Way too easy. Let's keep moving. Which of these space rocks could you trip over because it actually lands on the ground? Who picked this? Only a ghost got it wrong.
Boo.
Everyone again? You all need to be taught a lesson. Time to be subjected to the loser wheel.
Sandy's going to get brought back to life because she's out in front, I think.
Give it a spin. If you get dizzy and puke, that's just icing on the death cake.
No, Danny got to live.
Or something. What's happening?
That's rare. Very rare. I think it's the second time I've seen that one, like ever. Up, here we go.
We're here. The final round is close. Next question. Which of the following is not in an egg cream? Who picked this?
I did.
Too easy. Let's try another one. How much of a chicken's egg weight is because of the shell? Who picked this?
Oh, not me.
Everyone is wrong. I want to show you something. Time to try to save yourself with a password. Enter a real 4-letter word with your device. Make it hard to guess. If your password gets cracked, you die.
Time. Now everyone else will try to crack the password. As a team, guess the password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. If anyone figures out the password before time runs out, I will reward you all. This is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other.
Damn it.
Time's almost up. I thought everyone was good at passwords these days, but I guess I was wrong. Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Yup.
You've made it so far, but can you escape? Here's your first category. McDonald Land characters. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers.
Oh.
Metamorphic rocks. Bowling terminology.
No idea. Oh. Totally wrong.
Kind of running away with it. Stage names. Time is almost up. Don't look behind you.
We are all sucking against the Danny
Are you afraid
today.
of the dark?
What's up with this?
Actual seasons of Survivor. The end is near, but in a good way. One-term U.S. presidents. Time. Not what I had in mind. This will slow you down. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too. You have to get all the right answers to escape. Roman numerals.
And Danny gets out. Well, that final round was just strange. I was not aware there's a Pulitzer Prize for music. Don't feel bad, Sandy. I wasn't on my game either. All right. So, what do we want to do next, folks? Because you guys can always watch me play something completely different. We don't necessarily have to have party games, but party games are fun. So, what do we want? Oh, jeez. Sandy is open. Danny wants us to pick. Looks like I might have to pick. We played both of the big games off of. We played both the big games off of that one. So, yes, I know. Let's go with. Let me find this. Don't need that. Let's see. Let's wait for it to come up.
Welcome to Rip Track, the game.
Play. I will host. Would you pick a riff? Because why not? Private.
Ready to rip? Here we go.
Everybody clicky there. And here's your room code. We haven't played this one in a while. We should try it. Come on, Sandy, Danny, let's go. Hey! Andy! Okay, anybody else? How about you, Texas Mama Bear? Come on, you can do it. This one's easy. You don't even have to really do any writing. I shouldn't have to do any writing at all. Okay. Give me just a minute here and we'll get started. Chair. You're not going to be able to hear that like that. You're sleeping. Come get your coffee. I made coffee for you. Go get it. You tell her, Miko. Tell her to get her blood up. Okay, let's do it. Well, okay.
Hello, Rippers. In each round, pick a riff mode, a movie clip will play. Every clip has a spot to write your own joke, or riff as we call it. You'll be assigned 6 random riffs, and you'll need to pick which one of your riffs is the funniest one. After you make your selection, everyone's riffs are played back, and you vote for your favorite. At the end of all the rounds, the player with the most points wins. Round 1.
We need you to kidnap the president.
It's go time, Mama Jama. And pick your riff now.
We need you to kidnap the president.
Warren Harding used to say this like 50 times a day.
We need you to kidnap the president.
Stop touching me.
United States? No. We need you to kidnap the president.
College.
United States?
The riffs are in. Time to vote. Well, I, for one, am given Round 2.
We got 5 rounds for this.
Reggie's our friend. We should help him. We've got to let Reggie know that we're not happy. That we don't like what's going on, right?
You've seen the clip. Now enter your riff.
Waiting for you, Danny. There we go. Let's do it.
Reggie's our friend. We should help him. We've got to let Reggie know that we're not happy. That we don't like what's going on, right?
He'll never be rid of me.
Reggie's our friend. We should help him. We've got to let Reggie know that we're not happy. That we don't like what's going on, right?
It's more leathery than a wingback chair.
Reggie's our friend. We should help him. We've got to let Reggie know that we're not happy. That we don't like what's going on, right?
Try taking a hostage, maybe 2.
Time to pick the funniest riff. Vote now.
Sorry, couldn't help myself there. I had to take that one.
Round 3.
Nothing's what's left when a balloon pops.
Time to bring the funny. Enter your riff now.
Nothing's what's left when a balloon pops.
I'm gonna need a lot of booze.
Nothing's what's left when a balloon pops.
Me, first thing, literally every morning.
Nothing's what's left when a balloon pops.
He's taking the Kim and Kanye split hard.
Got your papers? Go down. You're doing great.
Wow. One vote apiece. That's hilarious. Okay.
Round 4.
Hey, what's happening?
Are you the next top ripper? Enter your rip.
Hey, what's happening?
Is it supposed to tingle like that?
Hey, what's happening?
Could you hold my cheeks for a moment?
Hey, what's happening?
More nude photos means more leverage.
Got a favorite rip? Go now. Check out the high score on this one, people.
Oof. Oh, I moved back into first loser.
Okay, rippers, it's the final round.
Oh noes.
Starman realized that the ship contains enough radioactive material to destroy Earth within a few seconds.
Okay, take a deep breath and enter your rip.
Starman realized that the ship contains enough radioactive material to destroy Earth within a few seconds.
No. I planned it that way.
Starman
Hey, Caroline.
that the ship contains enough radioactive material to destroy Earth within a few
Crank whore, huh?
That's
Okay.
what Venus Williams says after every match.
Starman realized that the ship contains enough radioactive material to destroy Earth within a few seconds.
Never shower.
Okay, we all had a good laugh. Now time to vote. Stunning work.
I lose. That's okay.
And the winner is and we have a winner. Let's give him a hand.
Good game, girl. Good game, ladies. Good game. Neptune Man? Never heard of it. All right. Do we want to try this one again, or do we want to go back to something else? Because some of that was hilarious. We might be able to, well, we could probably get it a game of Wheel of Enormous Proportions. Either is good. How about you, Danny? What do you think? All right, give me just a minute while I grab that. Ooh, I might be able to get. I think I can actually use Pluto. Not a fan of the ads, but yeah, meh. Okay. Let's break out the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. The Wheel of Enormous Proportions.
Know what time it is? It's time for a room code RGDQ.
Sandy and Danny. Now we have a game. I'll give it a couple minutes for everyone. Come on. Come on, join us, Carolyn. It'll be fun. You'll love it. Just click the link. Come on, come on, come on. Caroline, yay. Okay. It is. Okay. Any more? Come on, Texas Mama Bear. Going once. Going twice. Sold.
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop, seeking answers from the all-knowing wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed. And with that, the wheel of enormous proportions awaits. Hello, I'm an enormous talking wheel. You're all tiny little humans. That's a rock that looks like a crab. Describing things is fun. Looks like it's no tutorials today for the Too Cool for Tutorials crew. Game time. What kind of host would I be if I didn't start you with 2 slices? Generosity, thy name is Wheel. Is that question 1? Yeah, it is. Which songs are by the one and only Taylor Swift? What can I say? I love me some Taylor. Start tapping like a group of determined woodpeckers.
Wow. I have no idea. At least some of them were right. We're right in that random chance spot.
Your tapping finger only has time to tap a few more. Time. And what were the correct answers?
Yep, that's what I figured.
Since you did the very best, that's 2 slices I've given you. I've got a second question to share with you. Which countries border Germany? Tap the answers that fit and totally ghost the ones that don't.
I'm going to go with just those. Probably not going to get a super high score, but
Only a few seconds left, so make them count, okay? All right, prepare yourself for the truth. Show me how you did.
Not terrible.
Are you kidding me?
I left
Good for you.
Luxembourg out. Sigh.
This last one's for a power slice. How many dots does Pac-Man have to eat to move on to the next round? You don't need a perfect answer, you just need the best answer. Okay, show me the numbers. Is your answer this? It looks like it's you. Don't stare directly at it. It's like the sun. Our flight. Now climb the mountain and let's spin. So glad you can join me up here with all those slices you have. Choose the slots on my face to socket your slices.
It's like, it wasn't quite what he means.
Get those slices down quick or you'll lose them.
Come on, let's get him done, Carolyn. Okay. Wow.
With great consideration, I've selected you to spin first.
Danny gets the points.
I'm ready for a new spinner.
You can do it. Just flick it. It'll be great.
You still there? I need a big spin, you know? All right, yeah. You ready for a new spinner? Because I sure am. Oh boy, the spin is about to...
Ah! A little bit short there. Damn.
There's only one spin left. I smell burnt toast. I had a feeling you'd be our last spinner. This is going to be good. I just know it.
Ha ha! Yay! Thank you.
Let's get real introspective regarding your scores. What if these two started a business together? That would show both your parents how independent you are. After the game, we'll talk. I got 2 slices for you, Ziga Beavers. I've lined up some questions, starting with this one. What does the Statue of Liberty want, according to the poem The New Colossus, inscribed on its pedestal? Tap away, little ones, tap away.
I don't remember the entire poem. I do know that that's not actually the law. That's not actually the law of the land. It was a poem.
Okay, but what about the answers? times per episode of Wheel of Fortune does Vanna White flap? Imagine yourself getting the exact right answer and then settling for being real close. And the correct answer? I find the Wheel of Fortune quite tacky. Plus, you can tell he's had work done. No one has that much natural glitter.
Wow. 600. I had no idea that number was going to be that damn high.
Have another one.
Ugh.
Question 3 and a power slice go hand in hand. Match the artist to their instrument.
Okay.
Pair them off. These answers belong together. It is heartwarming how many things in this world match. Other dimensions don't have anything that match. Tick and tock. Hurry up.
Nah.
All right. And each pair looks like.
I had no idea.
It has to be you. It was always you. The time has come. Behold. Our flight.
Squirrel sucks.
Well, now I'm all fired up for a set of spins. Get over here.
I'm now in last place. Woohoo. All right.
Well, quite a hike to get up here, huh? Now that you got your cardio in. Some of these slice slots look pretty tempting, right? Look, I'm going to... Why don't you start things off? I can't hold this spin much longer.
The slices thing, the more of them you have, the more opportunities you have to win points during a particular round.
It's your turn. Hurry up! I don't want to spin without you. How about that?
And you awarded yourself some points. Yay.
You ready, new spinner? Oh boy, this could be. Okay, why not? Next spinner. I'm almost stopped. Now. Power slice. You spun me and I stopped on the power slice. Oh, I'm all jacked up on this power slice. Oh, baby. Spin as many times as you can. I have points for everyone.
Spin, spin, spin. Come on, Cindy. You can do it. Come on. More. Some for you. A few for me. Some for Danny. Everybody's got at least some. And some more for you.
That's just a lot. Let's pretend that never happened. I don't know about you, but I'm pumped for this last spin. The last spin duties fall on your oh so small shoulders.
Spin, spin, spin.
The time to spin me is running out. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
Sandy gets them all. Uh-oh. It's the winner wheel.
What this means. The spin is yours. You're about to win the game. Don't let me down. I'm not dizzy. I promise you.
And Sandy wins. Yay.
And so I shall answer your most meaningful question. It's time for one last spin. The spin that will answer everything.
They're in the back of they're all the way in the back of the freezer. And no, probably not. Spin it. There we go.
The wheel of enormous proportions has spoken.
All right, folks. We got about 10 minutes left before. Oh, wait. No, resume. We have to figure out what the rest of the questions were. Well, I get a chicken sandwich for dinner. Why are we here? And will coward Peterson spend the rest of his life in jail? Okay. All right, folks. We do not, since we don't have enough time for another game. Nope. I want that. We'll wait for a law and crime to turn their feet back on. Yeah, that was a good one. Except the part where I got clobbered. Some questions for which I had no answers. I don't think I've heard even one Taylor Swift song in my life. Sorry, I got into science fiction and movies and not so much music. But I think in large part the reason we're getting that we're just getting short breaks is the judge wants this case over with. Because that's about the only thing I can think could be going on here. So, any of you guys got lucky guesses? Yeah, I don't know anything about Taylor Swift other than she supposedly writes her own music, writes and performs her own music. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised I know that much. Anybody got questions, comments, complaints, etc.? That'd be good. Come on. Come on, give it to me. I fancy it. You missed a couple of witnesses, but we missed a good chunk of it. We kind of sort of missed a good chunk of it too. There was a failure in there was a comms failure, and yeah, we couldn't hear for a good hour. Excuse me, that's a lie. We could barely hear for like a good hour. Oh, here we go. Yep, they're back in the courtroom. That's good. Audio is currently off. Yeah, it was a pain in the butt. J. Michael finally gave us a recommendation for a way to improve YouTube's audio performance, and we got it, and we got the audio back.
Yep, sort of.
Yeah, I know. I talk when your weapons are made by the lowest bidder. That's worse if it's your armor that's been made by said lowest bidder. Oh boy. Because that's not going to end badly. No, that would never end badly.
There's a lot of things today that are going to end badly with the way the day is going.
That good, huh? How was lunch?
Yeah, I didn't move much. I quit.
That bad, huh?
I broke up my first fist fight at 7 o'clock.
Was there another one at noon?
They've been nonstop, intermittently all morning.
Ugh. Hey kidlets, can we not aggravate mom too early in the morning? That'd be good. Wow.
It's not even aggravate. It's like all out Mortal Kombat.
Ooh. That was a good set of games.
Like
They
I
really
came
worked with it.
downstairs to screaming of, you thought I was murdering cats.
Oh.
I'm amazed the police weren't here with the screaming.
Oh, God. They really don't get along. They're really not getting on very well today.
The irony of the big one yelling at the little one, all you ever want to do is play video games and not play with me. Because now that she has her Switch,
oh no, that's
the
what's
tables
going
have turned.
on.
He's had one for 3 years.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? And he
Yeah.
forgets what it was like when he'd only had it for, 3 weeks. And you couldn't get him to, move or do anything. Because he had just gotten it.
Ugh.
And then I think I told you, like, she was begging him to, just play with me. And then she got her Switch, and now she's like, "No, I'm good. I will Switch go
We're good.
away."
I got Pac-Man. We're outstanding. You missed our trip through the wheel of enormous proportions.
No, I didn't. I saw it.
No, okay.
But it literally, you said you'd play Monopoly. Oh, look. It's the same thing she said to you a month ago before she got her Switch. And then you would back out of playing with her because you wanted to do something else. And didn't want to play with her or leave your room. So the tides have turned. So we had that. And then one will fight the other one. And, I come downstairs to the little one having the big one in a headlock.
Oh, jeez.
Or is kicking him or whatever. Like all out war going on. So, And then the I hate you, I don't like you. You're stupid arguing.
But
Which your kids like to do.
yes. I have not run into a child with siblings, myself included, that has not said something like that, and had similar things said to them.
Crockett, roll that last comment for me.
What? Oh, she dropped it.
Remove it from my chat.
Make
sure it's been removed from my stream.
Once they're done with this witness, we'll be calling the witness out of turn. Is there anything the court
Yeah, she took the comment down herself. Bullshit. I lost all the games this time. Welcome back, Ardo.
Peterson,
Hi,
1970.
Ardo, my darling.
I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killen present for this date. Mr. Igar's present, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath to state anything you need me to address before we bring the jury back in and you resume your direct examination. Defense, anything you need me to address? Okay, please bring the jury back in.
There's a huge difference between Broward County and the last place. The one for the Jenkins trial. Tampa. There you go.
Ms. Gomes, when your presentation resumes, this is going to be material that the TVs need to be off.
Well, Broward's Miami-Dade.
Yeah. As opposed to Tampa.
One of them, yes,
I don't even know what county Tampa's in. So
Just you'll let me know. We got
didn't
court
spend
deputy
that
Hart,
much time in
court
Florida.
deputy Nick.
I didn't actually get much beyond Orlando during that time. And even then, it was mostly just up there at the NTC. You know, when it was
I did my freshman year at UTampa, but we also did time at McDill.
So the first one, the TV's going to be okay.
Special operations at
Deputy Hart,
McDill
can you turn those TVs off out there?
in Tampa for a short period.
All five? Thank you, sir.
Boom is trying to convince me to move to Japan with her.
I don't think that's gonna go as well as she thinks.
She just said you want to be a farmhand in Japan. And I was like, yeah, no. And then she sent me a laughing, crying, smiley face. So she's just trolling.
Mom, can you go to Japan and you'll wrap your boat?
We're not going to Japan just so you can go to Tokyo Disney. Tokyo Disney is opening an entire Frozen Land.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
A whole entire
Jurors
area.
entering.
Frozen!
Yeah, that in Hong Kong Disney. I'm like, we're not going. Just so you go to Disney.
Can we go? Can we go?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are using
Why does
notepad,
Boom want to be a
home
farmhand
keyboard,
in Japan?
I will have Boom on later, and she can speak to what she would like.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we took our lunch break, we were in the middle of the direct examination of the witness. We're going to resume at that point. The witness remains on the stand under oath. Ms. Gomes, when you are ready, you may proceed.
They don't do that at this point, and they haven't done that, and I think, in at least 300-400 years.
You may.
The Chinese do that, but not the Japanese. At least not in anything or something recent history.
You want
I do want the
witness to say.
Yes, the witness. And you know, I'm actually gonna show this to you first, I apologize. I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states are. Please take a look at that photograph. You can identify which one of the two gentlemen here is yourself versus the defendant. And is this a very accurate depiction of where you were standing on February 14th, 2018?
It is.
At this time, the state moves into evidence what's been pre-marked as states R as states 18.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states R for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 18.
And on this photograph, would you please tell the jury, are you, I know it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but are you the man on the left or on the right?
On the left.
And is this where you were standing next to the defendant?
Yes.
And is that the location that he then stood throughout the duration of the time that you saw him?
From what I saw, yes.
And there's permission to now play for the jury what's already in evidence as states 6, F, 8.
This is F8 of States Exhibit 6.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Officer Best, if you can explain for us on the left, if you help pause for me. On the left screen, is that the area that you stood with Deputy Peterson?
It looks like it, yes.
Officer Betts, at this time that those officers are positioning themselves you are all under the impression that the shooter may very well still be inside the building, correct?
Absolutely.
Can you describe for the jury where you were?
I believe at this time I was still next to the defendant.
And are those the officers that you then join and assist in entering the stairwell eventually?
Yes.
You gonna play?
For the most part, Muffin, this judge is doing a much better job of courtroom management than most.
And when those officers enter, and you can see that officers have started entering the building, describe for the members of the jury what's going on in your mind at that point.
It's pretty much what I explained earlier. We knew, or I should say, I knew that this group of officers were on one side. There was another group of officers on the other side. There was some
Why does it put up your
yelling back and forth.
PayPal before mine? I don't get it.
And I was just waiting, imagining
Nightbot
that
and I are gonna fight.
there's going to be some sort of contact, some sort of conflict between the shooter, the group of officers, and if he comes out the side that I was standing on, the south side of the building, that I was going to be engaging, and if he goes out the other side, that hopefully there was somebody on the other side to do the same.
Now playing what is already in evidence as state 6F13. Judge, we can turn the cameras on.
The TV is going to be on for these.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Your Honor, is it okay if I stand here so I can?
That's fine. You may proceed.
Ardo, I just made Boom little mead mugs for the middle of the dice. And SpaghettiOs for a set of cursed dice.
Mommy.
And do you recognize on camera the defendant?
Yes.
And that's where he was standing when you encounter him?
Yes.
And what's the time on the screen right now?
2:24 p.m.
Ardo, you should see the other set of cursed dice I'm making for Snark Patrol people.
Do the Snark Patrol dice have little sidearms in them?
The Snark Patrol dice. Well, I just did a bunch of the polymer clay stuff that I have to bake off, cure and everything before I can set them in resin. But I made some opal dragon themed stuff. I made some Thomas and Patty themed. I made some like inside joke anime themed stuff, like a white tank top that was a sports bra underneath.
Lol.
Something that is mini size that kids can
And
wear.
then spaghetti-o ones and some other stuff.
Not the mini.
If I was going to pick something, I'd probably
Well, if you tell me what you want in yours, I'll put it in.
I don't know. It's a
I
toss
told you all that.
It's a toss up between the between the M107 and the 1911.
I have gun dice. These are like cursed obnoxious ones. And I'm waiting. I ordered from a company. I'm waiting for it to come. Eyeballs. To go in the middle of some of the dice. So they're really cursed and staring at you.
Is this the same behavior that you witnessed from Deputy Peterson?
It
What
is.
we see here?
Yes.
I got to take a call real quick, Croc. I got to take a call real quick.
Okay, I'll be here. I smell you down there. Wow. Why would I need a set of tapeworm dice? You. wow. Just wow, Arno.
Let us know when you recognize yourself on screen.
I think I might have just went by to the left on the top over there. That looks like Sergeant Kozlowski with the shorts and I.
Okay, and what is the time on screen now?
2:34 p.m.
And when you approach, is the defendant still standing in that same spot behind that pole that we see?
Yes.
And are you both standing together?
Yes.
And when you walked up to him, you said that, repeat what it is that you said to him.
I said, hey brother, what we got? He's hired second or third floor.
We can kind of see some shadows. Can you tell us what it is that if you recall, what it is that you're doing from behind this pole?
Verbally yelling over to Sergeant Kozlowski and the other group that are on the other side.
What is the defendant doing while you're doing that?
He's standing there. I believe he may have had his firearm in his hand, but standing there. I know he was touching his radio a couple of times, but that's really it.
Now this goes on for 45 minutes. I'm going to skip. We don't have to sit here the entire time. Can you read the time on the top of the screen for the members of the jury?
3:10 p.m.
I have nothing else from the witness.
Cross-examination, go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Best. Is it Officer Best? You were in the Coast Guard, so I wasn't sure exactly what your title is.
Mr. Best is fine.
Mr. Best? Okay. This isn't the first time we've met, correct?
Correct.
You came in for a deposition back on January 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And there was a court reporter present to memorialize what you were telling me, correct?
It was virtually, but yes.
You knew that you were being recorded.
Yes.
You knew there was a court reporter writing down what you were saying, correct?
Yes.
You knew that what you were saying was going to be transcribed, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that you would have an opportunity to then read it for accuracy, correct?
Yes.
And you'd use it to refresh your recollection so that potentially years later, you can then testify accurately in front of a jury, correct?
Yes.
Let's start off with, at the time, You were with Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That is a different agency than the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
They have completely different radio channels, correct?
Yes.
And the information that officers from Coral Springs Police Department are getting would be different than the information that BSO is getting, correct?
I would agree with it.
And when officers are given police radios, I'm assuming that it's not optional to have to listen to them and monitor them for information, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they tell you that information is everything, correct?
I would agree with that.
And so the primary source of your information, if you're not present with someone face to face, is to be monitoring your police radio and listen to what dispatch and what other officers are sharing, correct?
Yes.
Now, Coral Springs Police Department, since they're on a separate radio than BSO, you can't hear what BSO officers are saying, correct?
At that time, correct.
And you also, they couldn't hear what you guys were saying, correct?
Correct.
Which means they also couldn't hear what your dispatcher was telling all of you, correct?
Yes.
The only way that you join forces with radios is by something called patching, correct?
Yes.
And you know about patching because on the scene, you were yelling, let's get these radios patched, correct?
Correct.
And that was said right after DeVita, Lieutenant DeVita yelled the same thing, let's get these radios patched, correct?
I don't recall him yelling that. I remember yelling that at him.
Okay. Did you take any steps further to see that the radios were patched at any time?
I'm unable to. From a patrol perspective, we can only request it. That's way above our level.
Who did you specifically request that to?
I don't recall if I specifically requested it, but I know I was yelling at Lieutenant DeVita to get them patched. He's an executive officer, so presumably he would have the ability to make that request as well.
Now, you yelled it. You didn't just request it, correct? You yelled it.
Correct.
Because that was something that was so important to be done, correct?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why it's important for my client's radio to be patched with Coral Springs.
Well, it works both ways. Either way, when you have multiple agencies, we learned this from September 11th, way back. And somehow we still have issues with this today, but this particular example, if you have Coral Springs, for example, in the Broward County Sheriff's Office, an officer or a deputy can make the request to their dispatch to patch the channels. When they say patch the channels, it's just a fancy way of like a conference call, for example. So anything anybody says, whether it's dispatch, a deputy, or an officer that is on that channel, they can hear the same information. Similarly, with Coral Springs Police Department, you might have detectives utilizing one radio channel and patrol officers utilizing a main radio channel. If the detectives get into a critical incident or a foot pursuit or something significant, the dispatchers may patch the channels through. So instead of having somebody in a high-stress situation having to switch the channels, the dispatchers can do that for you, and the two channels are merged.
You would use the example, I thought it was pretty good, about a conference call, right? Like a conference call?
Yes, it might not be the best example because it's not an active, continuous.
Right.
But when you press the button to speak, yes.
So it would be unfair to hold someone responsible for material discussed during a conference call unless they're on the conference call, right?
That's a confusing question given this situation.
I got it. When you arrived at the scene, it was after the shooter had gone, correct?
Yes.
You arrived and approached Officer Burton, as we saw in the video, at 2:34 p.m., correct?
I'd have to look at the time, but I believe so.
Remember when the prosecutor asked you what time it was, you said 2:34, correct?
Yes.
That's when you approached Burton, correct?
Yes.
And you approached Burton shortly after you arrived on scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, where were you coming from before you arrived on scene?
The Coral Springs Police Department.
How long did it take you to get to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I would have to see the dispatch time, but it's 2 to 3 miles away from the police department. It's a straight shot down the road, maybe a couple of minutes.
Okay. And you're one of those officers who make sure that you monitor your radio continuously, correct?
I try to do the best I can.
Sure. And especially when you're going to what you believe to be an active shooting situation, you're going to pay close attention so that you can get real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you did on this day. You made sure you were listening because that information is critical, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember any time during the day when you turned off your radio, correct?
No.
You don't remember any time when you said, I'm not going to listen to dispatch at all, correct?
Correct.
So you would have heard at 2:26:31 dispatch saying that there is an active shooter at Douglas, correct?
I would agree with that, but it's important to point out it's technology. So this happens all the time with agencies all across the country. When there's a transcript from the radio and people say, this is what was said, not every radio works 100% of the time. So there are times where you can be standing next to another officer and one radio has the radio traffic, the other one does. It's technology, it's not foolproof. But I would agree with what you're saying.
Okay. So you would also then have heard dispatch say, we can hear them in the background. Our 911 lines are blowing up. Were you aware that
I
you're...
remember that.
Okay. And by blowing up, you understood that to mean that people were calling in like crazy, 911, correct?
Yes.
And those calls, the 911 calls, you knew from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas were going to the Carl Springs Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that they weren't also going to BSO, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay. And they informed you at 2:26:31 that we have multiple units on the phone. Some are getting EMD. It is confirmed. What is EMD?
I don't recall what you're referencing.
But do you know what EMD stands for?
If you tell me what it stands for, I'll let you know if I know. But
I genuinely don't know. That's why I was asking you. You don't know?
there's acronyms for everything. I'm sure it means something. It's not coming to me.
I got you. So 2 minutes later, you would have also heard Burton specifically announce on your radio, white male, ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
I remember that, yes.
So before you even get to the scene, by the way, which was 2:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
We're talking about 6 minutes earlier, you're hearing a description of the specific shooter that was on campus, correct?
Yes.
And then dispatch repeats, white male, ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
Yes.
And you remember hearing that before you get to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And then, 25 seconds later at 2:29, Burton announces on the radio, last seen in the 3-story building north parking lot. You heard that,
I
right?
remember that, yes.
And you assumed that they were referring to this guy, this white male, with the ROTC uniform with the burgundy shirt, correct?
Yes.
And he was last seen in the 3-story building. And you took that to understand to mean the one that you were in front of, the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then right after Burton says that, at 2:29, you heard someone say, D28, have him advise if he's still shooting. And then Burton says, I'm with Douglas SRO getting information. You remember those dispatch transcripts?
D28 would have come out as Delta 28, which is a sergeant.
Okay.
And it does vaguely sound familiar to me.
Okay. At the time, though, that would have been fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
You have a pretty good memory. You hear things, you remember it, correct?
I try the best I can.
Okay. And then 47 seconds later, your dispatch, Carl Springs, advises that there are 3 victims down in room 1216. You remember that?
I remember dispatch saying there were victims down. I don't remember the room number. If you're reading it, I'm sure that was said. It's just not.
Okay.
I can't specifically recall the room number. But I remember hearing victims down.
Let me read the whole thing and see if you remember it, okay? Because I stopped.
Objection, Judge Thursday.
Yeah, that's his name.
Do you remember them specifically advising you that it was in the freshman building? Remember those words?
It sounds familiar. I can't say 100%.
Got it. If they said it back then, that would have been something you would have listened to, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Well, speculation objections overruled. Sir, I don't want you to guess. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question, or you can say, I don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you would have paid attention to the radio when you were informed that an officer indicated that the person had a long gun. I see one, looks like a custodian down in front of the building. We're trying to locate. We don't know where he's at. Do you remember hearing that transmission?
A lot of this sounds familiar. I can't definitively say verbatim word for word.
Got it. Do you remember Burton saying, and this is again a couple minutes before you arrive at 2:31:31, I will let you know where it is. It's the 3-story building. It's at the northeast corner. It's considered the freshman building.
Yes.
You remember Burton saying that, correct?
Yes.
That's again, you're adding that information to your real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes.
So when you get to the scene, you naturally would have shared that information immediately with my client when you met with him, correct?
No.
How come?
He's present on the campus and it's his school. So I would have assumed he probably was the one that maybe provided that information, or he at least knew the information.
If I heard you correctly, you just said you assumed that he had all of that information already, correct?
Of course.
But he would be the most likely source. The guy's not wrong.
When you arrive on the scene, you're thinking of the +1 rule, right?
We always like to do that, yes. It's to try to be safe.
Because even though you knew all the information we just described, you still welcome the possibility that there were other shooters on the campus, correct?
It's good practice, yes.
Why is it good practice?
You don't want to ever get complacent. It's kind of like what I mentioned earlier, where we knew that the shooter was gone, but the sergeant had specifically told everybody, stay alert and be cognizant there could be other shooters present. If you find one weapon, you should search for a second weapon. If you find one shooter, you should search for a second shooter. It's a way to avoid being complacent, and it's just standard practice across the country for law enforcement.
Did I hear you correctly? You're saying that you knew that the shooter was gone?
Not at that particular time.
Well, okay. So when you get to the scene, you're thinking that there could be multiple shooters in different locations, correct?
When I arrived on the scene, I definitively thought there was at least one shooter, and then for good practice, I was cognizant that there could be additional shooters.
And so naturally, with all that information, knowing that the shooter is inside the 1200 building and that there are people injured and or dead, you ran into the 1200 building, did you not?
Not immediately.
Why?
I'll explain it again. I mean, like I explained, so we had a team of officers on the east, we had a team of officers on the west, and where I was standing, we didn't hear the shots. We thought that the shooter was inside the building. I was prepared for the shooter to be confronted by one of the teams, and we didn't want the teams to cross each other or potentially shoot each other. So as they're clearing floor to floor to floor, my mindset at that specific time was, let me stay where I'm at in case the shooter jumps out of a window or comes out that side, hoping that there was somebody on the north side of the school doing the same thing.
So you're standing right by my client's side while all that's happening, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen with his gun drawn, correct?
I believe his gun was drawn.
And it looked to you that he was genuinely trying to figure out in real time where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
I'm not going to say yes to that.
Well, he wasn't staring in one direction, correct? You saw him staring in all directions, correct?
I saw him looking around, pacing around. I can't say what he saw or speculate what he was thinking. I was more focused on the school. I asked him one question, he answered me. We didn't have a conversation.
But specifically in regard to where you saw him looking, yes or no? Did you see him looking in all directions? Yes or no?
Probably
Yes,
not.
that's fair.
Let's just yell random objections. Objection. Legal. All of them. All of it.
By looking at the 1200 building, you
Let's
can't
use that
tell by
tactic
looking
again.
inside.
Absolute
anything,
objection.
correct? You can't see through
Everything.
the
All of
right?
them.
Yeah, all the things.
I was unable to see through the windows, yes.
Right. So to know where the shooter or shooters are located could not be done by looking into the window, correct?
That's not true, you idiots.
I don't wanna say yes to that because he specifically told me second or third floor of the building, so, I mean, by that account, you would have to ask him. If you hear noises, you can reference where you're hearing the noises from. It might not be specific, but
You assumed that he was getting his intelligence from his school radio because you saw him on it and then relaying information to the officers present, correct?
I never said that.
Page 30. Okay. Question, you knew,
Objection or improper impeachment.
Yeah, that's the same.
didn't you,
So what line are you referencing?
page 7, didn't you say on a previous interview, that as you approached, he seemed to be on his school radio and communicating with people from the school who might have been looking at video, surveillance video?
Right, that's not the same question you just asked me a minute ago. Yes, I said that.
Okay. And just so we're clear, as you're standing there looking in through the windows, there'd be no way, if you're looking at the second floor windows, for example, there's no way to tell anything that's going on inside the second floor windows, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that's overruled, sir. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question.
It's not a yes or no answer. I'll answer it if you like.
Well, if he can't see through the second floor windows from the first floor, neither
Where you're
can
standing, you can't see what's taking place in the hallway or in the classroom, for example, but if somebody approaches one of those windows, you could potentially see what's taking place at the window.
Let me clarify. From where you're standing, right next to my client, and you're looking up at the second floor, you can't see in those windows to see any shooter or kids, correct? And then if you're looking at the third floor, there would be no way to know that there's a shooter or kids in there, correct?
Not visually.
And so that's why when my client's announcing second, third floor, you assumed, especially because he's using his radio, that he was speaking with someone in the video room, correct?
Objection, counsel testifying.
Yeah,
that calls for speculation.
Why did you assume that my client was talking with someone on his school radio who was in the video room? Why did you assume that?
It's a two-part answer. The first part of the answer is he's obviously got a school radio, so it's reasonable to think that he's talking to somebody on the school property. Part of that is never assume all of the information is coming directly from a radio and only a radio. We're reasonable people. You see things, you hear things, you look around.
Sure.
There's other things. I don't like how you're inferring that I'm assuming everything is only coming from the radio, because that would not be accurate.
You described the scene as chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You also used words like it was very emotional, correct?
Certainly.
The situation was also very fluid, you said. What does fluid mean? Describe that for the jurors.
Fluid it's a term that's frequently used, rapidly developing, changing. It's not staying the same.
So 1 minute you think something, and then it can easily change based upon what you learn, correct? What you see.
Combat situation, of
what
course,
you
it
feel.
changes dynamically. Fuck off, dude.
When you arrived, you were worried about sniper fire, correct?
Yes.
That's a reasonable thing to be concerned with under the circumstances that you were confronted with, correct?
Yes.
And you were standing next to my client. Did you feel that the sniper fire threat was gone, or you also felt it at that point?
It was a little bit of a concern. I was watching the windows, knowing that I could be in the line of fire.
Okay, which again, you were literally within a foot or two from my client, correct?
At times, yes.
And it was a pretty good place to take cover because there's like a concrete wall right there, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that, if that's what your goal is, sure.
You saw a lot of people frustrated with their police radios, correct?
Mostly from the sheriff's office, but yes.
Let's talk about that. These were
Where are you going with
BSO
this, Counselor?
deputies you saw being completely frustrated with their radios, correct?
Correct.
What led you to believe that they were frustrated with the functionality of their radios?
There was a specific example, I remember being in the stairwell, and there was a BSO, I believe a SWAT deputy, that went past me up the floor, and there was another BSO, also I believe a SWAT deputy, that was on the lower floor, to the side of me by the door, and the one up top was yelling down, he can't get through on his radio, can you yell this over? I don't remember what it was, but he said, can you yell this over? And I relayed the information. I don't remember what it was, but that's an example.
At the end of the video, the prosecutor, I think, mentioned to you the time, and you said 3:10, or she said 3:10, correct?
I believe so.
You were still there at 3:10 next to my client, correct?
I saw the 3:10. I don't know if that was the time when I was still standing there the whole time or if I went back and forth.
At no time did you join the team of people that went in through either the east or the west side of the building, correct?
No, that's not
At
true.
no, what's that?
No, that's not true.
How long did it take before you left my client's side to then go into the building?
I would have to look at either the video or FTLE's report, but it was when that information was passed about the shooter on the 3rd floor coming down to the 2nd floor wearing a gas mask.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate of how long you think you stood by my client's side?
If I would estimate, it would be a couple of minutes.
And those couple of minutes, during those couple of minutes, at no time did you tend to any of the wounded inside of the 1200 building, correct?
No, I was
Okay,
outside.
just because this guy didn't do that thing,
But there's
doesn't
no
mean
question
his
that while you're
client
standing there next to my client, you knew kids had been injured in that building, correct?
At that particular time, the goal was to locate the shooter. When that goal changes to a rescue mission, that's when that changes.
So the answer would be yes. At no time, while you're standing next to my client's side, did you go in to tend to the injured children?
Correct.
And in retrospect, if you knew that my client didn't have all the intelligence that you did, you would have shared that with him on the scene, correct?
Objective relevance and speculation.
Yeah, what's the relevance of that?
How important it is to transfer information to a fellow officer, that he would have done that.
Yeah, that question's already been asked and answered. The relevance objection sustained. Go ahead, sir, ask another question.
Ultimately, the information that my client was conveying while he was talking on his radio turned out to be of little value because the shooter was already gone, correct?
Objection, counsel testified.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir.
The shooter was gone when my client announced 2nd or 3rd floor, correct?
To me, yes.
A few more questions. The prosecutor asked you on direct about telling people stay away from the 1,200, 1,300 buildings, stay 500 feet away. And isn't that what they train you to announce when you think that people may be harmed by sniper fire?
Never received that training.
Is it not prudent if you think that bullets are going to harm people in an area to keep them away from that area?
Innocent civilians, yes. Fellow law enforcement, no.
And this was around the time that parents were picking up their kids, correct?
That would have been the last thing on my mind. To this day, I don't know what time the dismissal time is.
Gotcha. You do recall my client did have his firearm in his hand, correct?
Question asked and answered.
That's this thing?
And the weapon that you had on you was what?
Right.
Okay. Why did you choose a rifle over a simple pistol?
My firearm's in my holster on my duty belt. The rifle was easily accessible from when I parked my patrol vehicle, and it's definitely a far superior weapon system than a pistol or a handgun.
Explain to the jurors why. I might not be familiar with guns.
A rifle's a long gun. It's got, this would be personal opinion, but it's just better ammunition, it's safer, you can shoot at a more accurate, greater distance than a handgun or a pistol.
And you had a bulletproof vest on, I'm assuming?
Yes,
And why do you wear those?
department policy,
And also, if you get hit, probably saves your life, right?
we hope so, yes.
And you saw other officers taking positions of cover, correct?
I don't recall specifically seeing that, no.
Well,
This
initially
dude is the
arrived
definition of a
with,
giant bell, and
How do you pronounce it? He wasn't
this
standing in the open, he was kind of.
defense
making sure
attorney
that
is
he
a
protected
giant
himself,
bell,
you said he was
and
concerned with sniper fire, correct?
You mean Officer
I
Burton?
think you're giving Bellends a
Well,
bad
we'll get to
name.
Burton, but weren't you there with, because
I showed up with Sergeant Kozlowski,
Correct.
but he wasn't doing what you just described, we were running north towards the building.
and did you see what position he took when he arrived closer to the building?
I believe we arrived right around the same time and we both ran north. He was giving direction to other officers, but I don't recall him taking the position that you're describing.
Where did he stop? Did you see where he went?
He made contact with Officer Burton and then he went back towards the other side of the wall.
Kozlowski did.
Yes,
So he took a position behind the wall.
yes.
Okay. And also Burton took a position of cover, didn't he?
I lost visual of Officer Burton, you'd have to ask him. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I didn't maintain a visual of him.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Based on that, any reader read?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Before your involvement on scene, do you have any knowledge as to whether there were issues with dispatch or the radio before you got there?
Just standard Broward County politics.
Are bulletproof vests available for any law enforcement officer that chooses to wear one?
Yes,
Is there anything stopping a police officer from wearing a bulletproof vest if they chose to?
no,
Which officer on scene was the source of real-time information when you arrived?
the defendant,
Was stimulus the determining factor for you on whether or not to enter that building when you arrived on campus?
no.
What was the determining factor?
The information that shots were fired from the second or third floor of a specific building.
Let me clarify. Was stimulus the reason you didn't enter the 1200 building when you first arrived? I understand you ran in.
Yes,
Okay, explain.
this is, with policy, you typically, there are procedures for everything. Usually, it's written as black and white, and then there's the terminology of it being gray. This is a gray one because on an active shooter, when you hear shots being fired, you are going to the building, you are going to the shooter, you are going to stop the shooting. But we had information that the shooter, we believed the shooter was present in the building, but we didn't hear gunshots. We've trained for that as well, but it's just, it's one of those, so it's confusing, but we had a very definitive plan, and that's what took place.
If you can't tell where the shooter is, what do you do?
Well, you have to try to find him. We believe that the shooter was somewhere on that campus, and it makes no sense to just stay put. You have to start looking for the shooter.
When the information came that the shooter was still inside the building on the third floor, possibly coming down to the second floor, did the defendant join you in entering the building?
No.
And nothing else, Judge.
Based on that, any read across?
I do.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You thought that the shooter was still in the building when you arrived?
Yes,
And you still didn't think that it was necessary to go right in right away?
I explained why, with the two teams on both sides.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, state, is the witness excused?
Yes.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. Is this, is the next witness the out of order witness? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, just as I did with the defense exhibit, I believe that was yesterday, by the agreement of the parties, the state typically will put their case on first, then the defense puts their case on next. Because of a scheduling issue with a defense witness, without objection from any of the attorneys, we're going to press pause on the state's case. The defense is going to call a witness right now because that witness is available right now. And then we're going to go right back to the state's presentation. So that being said, Mr. Igor, when you are ready, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Melody Hurstfield. The defense is calling this witness, Your Honor, observing all of our rights for motions.
Yeah, this is not pending any motions at the conclusion of the state's case.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Melody Hurstfield, MELODYHERCFELD.
Mr. Igor, you may inquire.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Ms. Hurstfield. Thank you so much for coming in. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
And where do you teach?
I teach at Stone Douglas High School.
How many years have you taught there?
Well, now this year is past. Next year, starting, it'll be 20 years.
Do you enjoy being a teacher?
Yeah,
And what do you specialize in?
I'm a theater teacher.
And you're in which building?
I'm in the 700 building,
Which room are you in?
710.
And how close is that to the 1200 building, you can estimate?
Like from here to that wall, like maybe
Okay.
50, 60 feet.
Okay. And the room 710, which you're in now, that's the same room you were in during the shooting?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How long does it take you just to walk over to the 1200 building?
Couple seconds, like maybe 20 seconds, maybe.
And you're on the first floor?
Yes.
And you had a large day.
Yes.
Why, how large was that?
We have like a very large theater program. We have about kids there.
Is that normal to have that many kids?
Yes.
It is? And what were you guys doing before the fire alarm went off?
We were rehearsing, so we were in our classroom rehearsing. We switch all the tables and chairs back and music on and rehearse our scenes.
For like an upcoming show?
Yeah, we were rehearsing for our children's theater program that we do every year.
And there was a fire alarm earlier that day, wasn't there?
Yes,
And tell us what happened when you first heard the fire alarm earlier that day.
we exited immediately because that's what we're supposed to do.
And later on that day, was it unusual to have a second fire alarm in one day?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about that. What was your thought when you heard the second fire alarm?
To be truthful, I stopped everything and said, hold on, we're not leaving, we have to finish the scene. And just a delay, because I thought if I just delay a few seconds, that maybe it'll come on loudspeakers and say, okay, don't evacuate, because that is typically what would happen.
And the fact that it was Valentine's Day, did that factor into anything?
Yes, it was just like a very exciting, wonderful day. It was really like a beautiful day. It was perfect and perfect weather. Everybody's excitable and exciting in the room, so it was a great day.
They never called you back in after that second fire alarm. You're hoping that they would, correct?
Well, they did. I mean, a couple of things transpired after the second fire alarm.
Tell the jurors what happened.
So once the second fire alarm happened, I said, hold on, nobody leave. I was actually videotaping the kids and seeing if stopped recording that last bit of the song. And I said, just hold on a second, let's just finish the rest of that scene. And because there was only like maybe a minute or so left of it, you know, teenage kids. And then we finished up and one of my students said, come on, Marcel, we gotta go. I'm like, okay, let's go. And it's really hard to get them out of the classroom. And I knew there would be stragglers. So what I do traditionally is stand at the door, open the door up, have my clipboard with all the kids' names on it. And I'm counting heads and I'm getting the kids that are first out the door and they're skipping and playing, running across the grass, taking the short way, which I don't like because their feet get grassy and dirty. And I'm still trying to get the kids from out of the back room. They're kind of trying to delay because they figured it's just going to be, we have to come back in and they're lazy. And maybe about 20 or 30 kids were out on the grass and I hear evacuate. So I'm like, oh, okay, gotta keep going. Come on, let's go. And then I hear like fireworks going off.
Let me stop you there. Let me back up.
Yeah.
Okay. First, just so we can paint the scene. Do you recognize what's contained in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what we're looking at.
It's a 700 building.
Okay, which is the 700 building?
Oh no, that's 1200 building.
Right.
700 building's over there.
This is over here? Okay. And is this the west side or the east side?
That's the west side.
Let me show you another photograph. Do you recognize what's contained in this photograph?
That's in between. My room's right there.
Can you point to where your room is?
My room is right here.
Okay. Would it be to the left? Did you point to the left of the pole?
Just left of the pole. Yeah.
Okay. And show us where the 1200 building would be. Here. So the photograph of the west side of the 1200 building is over there. Okay. And show us where the kids were walking out?
Well, you can kind of see where they trample here, right? They were out to about here.
And you're pointing them walking in which direction? Is that an easterly direction?
Towards our stage. We have a staging area where we're supposed to go. And we usually go down that hall and make a right. They're going the shortcut and they went across the grass and we stage out here.
Okay. And would that have been walking towards where ultimately you see Scot Peterson?
Yes.
We can play the video now. What?
Again.
While we're getting this marked, you can just play the video.
I'm back.
It's gonna be
13 yard.
It's gonna be F13 of state 6.
Correct.
And
Okay.
Stay on for that.
Yes.
Do I
We're gonna
want
play
to
it
know?
on the screen. We're all gonna watch. I want you to
There's
subscribe.
going to be alcohol
So that it's in
involved
your seat.
tonight.
Oh dear, and here I don't have any.
Just describe what you see here.
That's- Okay, so now I see my kids coming down.
Pause a moment. Okay. Can
First,
you,
there was another class there. That's not my class.
okay.
The kids coming in all the way in the far right. I think that's Alex.
Okay.
I think. And Dylan.
So are you starting, you speak up, you didn't hear you.
I think that's Alex. from Dylan. I'm
Are
not
those-
sure who's in the front of that line there.
Okay, so we can keep going.
And they're walking and they're getting towards the grass. And then, I don't know.
Pause for a second. Oh,
Then all of a
pause.
sudden, yeah.
Okay. What did we just see there?
So they stopped and you can see they're all like facing. This is so amazing. I've never seen this part before. I see them all looking.
Okay,
this
so let me
way.
stop you. The court reporter needs to hear everything that you're saying.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I see them all looking towards this way, which I've never seen this part without their faces covered, I don't think.
Okay. So what do you see?
So I see my class, I remember what I see there is them turning and running towards to come back to my class. But it's funny how they're all looking in this direction.
What do you mean by that?
Because again, like it makes sense to me.
What makes sense to you?
Because of that's gotta be when I heard what I thought was firecrackers. And it's from that direction,
Okay. What direction are you referring to?
towards the football field.
Okay. Let's talk about that now. Just finish with the video if we could. If you see anything else that you wanted to comment on.
Oh,
What was somebody falling down?
yeah.
Do you know who that was?
I just saw Dylan picking him up.
Okay, we can pause it. We can take that down. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So tell us now what happened that led up to you hearing the firecrackers, or what you thought was firecrackers.
Well, like I said, we were rehearsing in the room. We start exiting. I hear evacuate, evacuate. I'm making the kids leave, counting heads. You count heads when they're leaving so that you know how many you get when you get there. And then I heard what I thought were firecrackers off in the distance, and it sounded like it was coming from the football field. And then I heard like a loud booming sound, like the only way I could describe it was like somebody had like a garbage truck and like some big metal containers dropped off the back, and it was like a loud reverb kind of sound.
Okay, let me break that down. All right. First, you said it sounded like firecrackers.
Yeah, because it sounded like like that kind of sound.
How many initial firecracker sounds did you hear?
Maybe just like one spray of them, maybe
Okay.
like that.
And
Letting kind of sound.
And if I heard you correctly, you identified it coming from the football field, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, the football field is east or west of where you're located?
West.
Let me have you show the jurors, if this is the 1200 building, this is the 1300 building, this is the 700 building.
Yes.
You recognize that as a football field up here?
That's the football field.
And that's where you thought the sounds are coming from?
It sounded like it was coming from that direction.
And
in the distance.
And would it be fair to say that there's hundreds and hundreds of yards between where you were and the football field?
Yes.
That is not a short distance, correct?
No.
Did you ever think the shots you heard were coming from inside a particular building?
No.
Did you ever think those shots were coming from inside the 1200 building?
No.
No doubt in your mind?
No.
And do you see Scot Peterson when you hear those shots?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what happened.
He was standing in front of the building.
And
on the direction that we were going in, and I was sending my kids towards him. I really sent my kids towards him.
how close did you get to him?
I didn't move from my door, but the kids got like halfway there.
How close would you say you were from him, where you were at the door?
I was probably, again, like, logistically, like the same distance it took to go straight across to the building is probably approximately the same distance that it would take to go to the front where he was standing, because he was out on the sidewalk.
Okay, so where you are right here at the witness stand,
Yeah.
where approximately would you put Scot? Where would he be located?
I would say maybe a little bit farther than that white wall.
Okay, So just beyond the white wall? would
Yeah, I
you
was
say?
able to see him. I knew it was him. And Greenleaf,
And who's Greenleaf?
he's a security specialist. He was a security specialist at the school.
Was there anything about the sound in terms of an echo at all in that area?
Oh, that sound of the firecracker?
Yeah.
Well, it was just like a very loud boom sound that was like a reverbing kind of sound.
Okay. When you say reverbing, explain to the jurors what that means.
It's like a hollow kind of sound, you know?
Did you see anybody anywhere when you're looking down at the 1200 building?
My kids.
Other than that, anybody coming out of the 1200 building?
No.
You didn't see did you see what Scott Peterson did in response to hearing those sounds?
Well, I don't know if he was responding to those sounds, but at the same time, and because I was sending them there, I could see him like talking to his walkie-talkie.
Okay. Did you know which one, either as police?
No.
Okay. Shortly after you see him talking on his radios, did there come an announcement at all?
Then and it was like, the kids go out, evacuate, hearing the sprays of the sound of the fireworks and that booming sound. Then I hear code red, code red. I hear Mr. Porter get on the loudspeaker and I hear code red. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm just like telling kids to hightail it back into the room.
How quickly from the time you see Scott Peterson on his radio to hearing the code red?
It was like seconds. It was literally seconds.
And tell the jurors, code red, the purpose of code red, what does that communicate to teachers?
That tells you like it's an active shooting.
And what are teachers supposed to do?
We're supposed to lock down the room and hide and get everybody accounted for.
Are you supposed to bring your keys outside the room?
Absolutely. I had them. I always wear a fanny pack. And I had everything that I needed in my fanny pack, thank God, that day. And that was it.
Why would you ever not want to leave your keys in the classroom?
Because you get locked out.
And what happens during a code red?
You got to find coverage, and no one's going to answer a door for you. I mean, they shouldn't answer the door on a code red.
And so then the kids came back into your classroom.
Yes.
And you waited, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've worked with Scott Peterson. You worked with him for years, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe him?
He was a nice man. He was responsible at school, dependable, likable.
You wouldn't describe him as lazy, would you?
No.
What else was he doing on campus?
Absolute bell end who's a coward.
Like sometimes, like when we hold events, because I'm the theater teacher, we have lots of events, he would make sure that we have coverage for security. He's actually covered my events, I think sometimes as well, so long ago. He would do like driver's ed course. He'd give the special cords out for the kids that, did well in their driver's ed course. It was once a year, and he's like, can I get the auditorium? No problem, that kind of thing. He was, a happy-go-lucky person. He was friends with everybody in the front office, and, you could always ask him for help if you needed it. I always felt like I could, I guess.
Did it ever seem to you that he wouldn't get his hands dirty?
No.
Did it seem like he was a coward in any respect?
Objection is irrelevant, Your Honor.
No, that's overruled. I think you already did. You may answer the question.
Did you ever see him break up fights?
Yes.
And did he ever do that without having backup?
Yes, there was no backup.
What do you
There was
mean by
no
that?
backup. Like when you're in the middle of big things in a school with teenagers, it happens really fast. So a couple of times that I actually saw him, he was alone, taking care of making sure kids were getting separated and physically handling them to do whatever they needed to do.
I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. So you just testified that Mr. Peterson would break up fights at times. correct?
I had seen him do that.
That's because he's the school resource officer, correct?
Yes,
And he's the only individual on campus with a firearm, correct?
I think he had a firearm, yes. I'm pretty sure, yes.
Now, you talked about he would provide security and he covered events and he would do drivers ed classes. Is that because he was the school resource officer?
I don't know.
Did other officers who weren't school resource officers come on and do drivers ed classes?
That I don't know. That was the only one that I ever heard of doing that.
But the only one you ever heard doing it was the school resource officer at Marjorie Stoneman.
Meaning that was the only person that I ever knew that did that sort of thing in our school. I don't recall any other teacher or resource officer do like that sort of a thing.
Now, if you testified it was Porter who announced the code red, correct?
Yes.
Who's Porter?
Mr. Porter was our AP at our school.
And AP is
an assistant principal.
and he's the assistant principal in charge of his life back in 2018.
Oh.
Was it?
I have to
Security?
believe it was over security because he also did like our training for code red.
I'm going to show you a map here.
You mean that training that the other teacher and people claimed you'd never ever done and never had a school shooter drill? That training?
Yep.
Mr. Hartzell,
Maybe
I'm
she
showing you
was
was right
just
there
asking
previously
about that.
entered into as evidence of state's composite 17. Do you recognize those buildings?
Yes.
Okay. And you can actually utilize it's like a touch screen.
Yeah, see my car.
You can see your car, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to clear this for you. Okay. Now, can you mark, and you can just use your finger to do so, approximately where your classroom was in the 700 building?
There-ish.
Okay. Now, you earlier testified that during the second fire alarm, you never really left the area of your door, correct?
I didn't.
You did not, yes. We're just talking about you here.
Yes.
And you also testified that you saw Mr. Peterson, correct?
Yes.
Can you mark with a big X approximately where you saw him?
Here.
Okay.
So that's the street.
In that area over
Yes.
there? Okay. And for how long would you say you saw Mr. Peterson?
A few seconds, like visually.
And when you saw Mr. Peterson, what was your thought? That it was a fire drill?
I thought everything's okay.
And did you think everything's okay because he's the school resource officer?
He was at ease. He didn't look, he was at ease, and he's been out there before when we go over here. We used to go over there.
That's your allotted area where you're supposed to go?
In that approximate area, so I just figured everything was fine.
Now, you're familiar, you had heard gunshots before February 14th of 2018, correct?
No,
So it's the first time you ever heard gunshots?
if that's, I didn't even know what they sounded like.
Okay, but you heard noises that day that you now know are gunshots, correct?
Yeah, that's what they sound like all the time, yeah.
Okay. And you testified that you thought it was coming from around the football field area?
Yes.
When you came out of your building, were you facing the 1200 building?
I was facing him.
You were facing kind of, I guess this would be northeast. Is that correct?
I had my back, the door opens out to the courtyard. So I had my back up against the door, so I was facing towards him.
Facing the
Mr. Peterson.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask a sensitive question here. Your left ear. Can you hear out of your left ear?
No, my left ear is profoundly deaf.
Okay. So the ear that was towards the football field, you're profoundly deaf.
My ear that was towards the football field was deaf. My good ear was perfect, and it was towards the room.
Towards the room.
Mhm.
How long would you estimate that you were outside your room right there? You
In
can
my
ballpark.
doorway?
Yes, you can ballpark.
It was like maybe 30 seconds. Like, it was just a short period of time. It's, you're counting kids as you're going, so.
So your attention really was more on you're the clipboard and were you checking off names, or how does that work?
Counting heads, I saw him, so I knew everything was okay. And they start going, and I'm watching them go. But I'm like also annoyed that they're going on the grass.
You're watching the kids go?
Yes.
Okay, so you glance over, see Mr. Peterson, then you're watching the kids make their way across the grass, which irritates you.
And watching the kids, yes.
Yeah. Hear the loud noise. Hear over the PA, code red from AP.
First evacuate.
First evacuate, then AP quarter, code red over the
Yes.
loudspeaker. Rush all the kids back in.
Yes.
Now, you earlier said that you were kind of sending the kids over to Mr. Peterson. Is that because, in the direction of Mr. Peterson? Is that because as the SRO, as a school resource officer, you thought he would protect them?
I didn't think of it that way.
No, I sent kids to their death.
Everything's okay.
Oh wait, never mind. It's not like the school resource officer was doing his damn job.
Once you realize something
Because if he
was,
was, he'd been telling you to direct the kids in the other
Doesn't matter who's
direction.
out there, we're coming back in the room.
did you think the school resource officer would take care of whatever was going on?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's what they do.
They do, meaning they provide security to the police officer on campus. Now, have you been part of training in Code Reds, either by the school board or by MSD themselves?
Yes.
Okay. And did these include like PowerPoint presentations? Yes. Did you attend the one in January?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And there were representatives from the school board, police, as well as Mr. Peterson there?
I think so.
And in those types of classes, you were taught what to do during a Code Red?
Yes.
For instance, the keys, that you keep your keys on you, you lock your door.
Yes.
That you take a hardened position.
Yes.
Your classroom happened to be a little bit different because you had the storage closet, but things like that, that you have to consider the classroom that you're teaching in and what's the best position to safeguard the children.
Yes.
And you had more than one training on Code Reds, correct?
Prior to that, yeah.
And Mr. Peterson was at those trainings.
I think so. I always sit in, so I don't know who's in the back.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you another picture here. I'm showing you what's already been entered into as evidence as States Composite 16.
Not asleep.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
I just listen like this.
Your friend Brittany Sitch. So she was it?
Huh?
Yeah.
You can mark
She's
it.
the first or the second class.
You can mark it. So either the first or the second. So what windows would that be, the first or the second?
It's somewhere over here.
Okay.
And somewhere, I forget which ones are which.
How far was Mr. Peterson from Miss Sinish's window?
Over here.
You can mark it. Okay.
It's not on the grass, but.
So I'm gonna,
Actually, I hear Finger still got a job there.
well, if I put this picture, that kind of help. You reckon?
Yeah, like over here.
So he was over there.
Yeah.
Now, you can you see, and I'm going to zoom in here. Here is not. Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with what kind of blinds Miss Sinish's or the other classrooms had? in the 1200 building?
What kind of what?
Blinds.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I can see they look like levelers there, right?
I'm sorry, say that
They
again.
look like verticals.
So would you say from that picture, they look like vertical blinds?
It looks like verticals.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that you saw Mr. Peterson talking into the radios shortly before AP Porter announced Code Red.
Yes.
Do you know which radio he was speaking into, whether it's police radio or school radio?
No, I don't know which one to go.
Are you familiar with what the school radios look like?
Yes.
Are they attached to your shoulder or are they handheld?
They can be either or.
Okay, do you know which one that Mr. Peterson had then?
I think he had one attached, but he's only seen with one. So I don't know which one he was talking.
You do not recall which one he was talking?
No.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hertzfeld? The prosecutor had you on where your classroom is located, across from the 1200 building. Yours is not the only classroom in that entire 700 building, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many classrooms are there in that building, if you know?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the first floor. One is a book room, and then upstairs is probably like the same kind of quadrant, same thing, I think.
So it's a 2-story building,
Yes,
and I think, did I hear 6 + 6 approximately?
probably, yeah.
And each classroom has about approximately how many kids?
It's 700.
In the 700 building?
It depends. I'm an elective, so I can have a lot of kids.
Okay. The average amount in other classrooms?
In those particular classrooms, they're electives also, so they can have over 35, 40 kids per class.
Okay. And all of those classes would have to evacuate as well,
Yes.
correct? And they would have, do you know if they all head to the same general location that your kids head to?
No, they don't.
They have different places?
There's different places that we evacuate to. I just know of the few teachers that I see from the first floor, like when you see them going out together, you know who's in your area.
See law enforcement come and interview your kid after determine they thought the sounds were coming from?
No, that's a rule. Go ahead, man. You can answer the question.
Did I ever see them get?
Yeah.
I don't, I never saw them get interviewed, like they might have been interviewed separately. I don't know firsthand.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about these driver's ed courses and the other programs at the school. Did you have firsthand knowledge of the relationship that my client built with the students at the school?
Firsthand knowledge? No.
Okay, you just heard.
You could see it.
What did you see?
You just know when when students like have like a relationship with a teacher or an adult in there, you know, like they come and shake hands with them, or they, you know, they shoot the breeze with them at lunchtime. Like that's what happens because the officers get involved. They get involved with what's going on.
And one final thing, the prosecutor brought up your ear and your hearing. First of all, were you able to hear all of the questions I asked of you today?
Yes.
Did you hear all of the questions he asked of you?
Yes.
And when you're working with your students, are you using the same hearing? You don't have to do any devices that help you with hearing? Okay. I mean, this is how you operate, right?
All the time.
And do you believe in any way that the hearing issue that you raised in any way affected your ability to hear the sounds of what you thought were firecrackers, correct?
I agree, because in actuality, if I felt like they were coming from that direction, it would have been really loud in that direction. But it's actually coming from back here where I don't hear well. Do you know what I mean?
And so
it's kind of bizarre because this here was picking something up that was very loud coming from there. Make sense?
Do you believe that your hearing issue played any role in you believing that the shots were coming from the football field?
No.
Thank you.
Based on that, Amy Crowe?
Just one question.
Go ahead.
You described the relationship that Mr. Peterson had with his students. Would you liken it to a relationship that your students had with teachers that they were close with?
It's different. It's different because when you're in a relationship with a teacher, the kids they have to get a good grade. They have to, you know what I mean? They have to. It's more of a casualness that like security guards or APs might have with students when they're saying hello to them or seeing what's up. Some of the people, sometimes at the time we had coaches, we had security staff that were coaches. So they were very friendly to kids and they would take them under their wing, you know, that kind of thing.
So how the coaches or administrators were close with the children is how Mr. Peterson was close with the children, like a similar relationship.
I would think so, yeah.
Nothing further.
Okay, defense is the witness excused.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you may step down. Thank you very much. While she's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, 5-minute restroom break. Same admonition as always, please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you'll leave. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Real quick, 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Judge, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am. Yep, everyone's here. Yes, ma'am.
Scheduling wise, we have 2 witnesses that are available here that.
Texas Mama Bear, this is the Parkland school shooting. This is the school resource officer who did nothing but cower at the end of a building, never went inside, and is now on trial facing upwards of 90 years for essentially child neglect and not doing his job and not keeping kids safe.
Yeah, and they paid this guy a salary to do that. First couple of pews for press and media, not too many people around, looks like. So where is D. Peterson in relationship to this place? He was at the time. That was his
Peterson
job.
is hours away. He's Tampa.
Oh.
This is Miami.
Yeah,
He's
Texas Mama Bear.
it's like 4 hours. And he's not active duty police, he's military.
No, I'm talking. Texas Mama Bear's talking about our defendant here.
Oh,
Peterson was an active duty cop
this
at the
dude.
time, but his job title was school resource officer. That the police department provides those.
Yeah, here of the Miami-Dade Police Department, he was the school resource officer assigned. And he was squatting down outside and did not go into the building where the active shooter was. And he's being charged because 6 of the students that died, he could have very easily prevented and intervened. But much like Uvalde, he was a coward and sat there.
So there's a bunch of folks in Uvalde I want to see burn.
What are you doing? Get out of there. Wait until your cat condo's there.
Wow. Why would anybody be grinding weed? No, that was sugar at the bottom of my coffee cup. If you were talking about something that happened here in the last about 5-10 minutes. See, there you are, Loki. Nightbot gave you is providing the love now. No. I set the bot up at request because we weren't sending information out frequently enough. Ooh. Just make sure you hold it hostage until after he's done. Hmm.
I continue to have Ms. Combs, Mr. Keller, and Mr. Klinger present for this day. I continue to have Mr. Igosh present and Mr. Peterson, who continues to be present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, are you ready to resume your presentation?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please bring the jury.
No.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back at those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepad, I'll give you a moment to get your notepad back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. When we took our quick restroom break, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Sergeant Vanderings. Sergeant Vanderings.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. So once you're seated, if I get you to scoot that chair up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Richard Vanderings, Vandereens.
R-I-C-H-A-R-D.
Yes, R-I-C-H-A-R-D.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Vanderings. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently work?
My name is Sergeant Richard Vanderings. I work for Broward County Sheriff's Department, and I work for the city of Deerfield Beach.
How long have you worked for BSO?
24 years.
And do you have any experience in law enforcement or military prior to the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I just have 4 years working in the city of Oakland Park as a police officer.
Now, can you give the jury just a summary of the different units you've been assigned to as a police officer with BSO?
Mostly I've always been on road patrol. I like road patrol. I've done some time in our undercover set unit. And when I worked on I did background for like 3 months. But most of the time I've been on the road.
How long have you been a sergeant for?
3.5 years.
In 2018, what zone were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the west side of Deerfield, 1013 zone, which is like right around, it's near a power line between Hillsborough and 10th Street.
And on February 14th of 2018, were you working that day?
Yes.
Can you describe for the members of the jury what was going on at around noon before anything happened?
Just running calls, patrolling.
Working the road?
Working the road.
And how did you become aware that something was occurring at Stone and Douglas?
Dispatch did a blow over the air that there was a possible shooting at Douglas. At that time, I got on my computer and I pulled up to see what was going on. And when I read the notes, it seemed like it was definitely shooting. They said one person was on the ground. So I put on my lights and sirens and I started running code 3. Quick route right down power line, straight up Sawgrass. And I'm very familiar with the school, so I knew the back way in to get in quick.
What is code 3?
Lights and sirens.
When you arrived, where did you go to first?
I got off the Coleridge Drive. I came up the back road. I parked on the main road going east-west. I can't think of it.
I'm going to pull up a map just a moment.
Sorry.
Right, I'm showing you it's already in evidence as state 1. Just give me one moment to zoom in and out.
Hallmark Road.
Okay. Ryan, may I have the editing feature turned on?
Yeah.
Let me just erase this. Sergeant, I'm going to turn on the editing feature, so if you touch the screen, it should mark it. Would you please mark on the screen where you parked your vehicle when you first arrived?
I parked my vehicle right around this area right here. Oh, wait. Right on there. I parked it so I wasn't blocking for any other vehicles to come in for emergency services, so I kind of parked off to the side. They tell you to do that for training.
Did you know that you were going to the 1200 building?
Yes.
What did you do once you got out of your vehicle?
I ran going southbound through the parking lot. I came up through this direction right here. There was a officer standing on the corner of the building with a rifle pointing at the machine, pointing at the building. And then since this part was covered, I ran to this side and I entered on this side of the building.
So did you choose the east side of the building because that's where you were needed?
I chose the east side. The guy with the rifle was on that side and he was pointing towards that direction. So I figured that's where the shooting was or that's where the suspect was. So that's why I ran into that direction and I came into that side. And when they were saying, with the reference to the shooting and so forth, that they were saying that building 12, which is right there. So
When you get to the front doors of the 1200 building on the east side, describe to the jury what's happening. What's going on in your mind? What are you doing?
I just wanted to get in. I wanted to get in there and help and stop whoever it was that was, doing the shooting.
Did you enter the building?
Yeah, I made entry on that side. When I first went in, you could still smell like the smoke in the air. There was like debris, like from the tiles or something like that. And I noticed there were two children dead on the ground on the left-hand side. I went up to them, kind of looked to see who they were and so forth. And then from there, I went into a room on the left because there were officers that were already started down the hallway. And I went in, I believe, with another officer into the first room because I wasn't sure if we were pulling people out, pulling victims out, whatever. Once I went in there and came out, I noticed they were lined up and they were working their way down. And they were going door to door. So me and another officer kind of went to the front and took point and basically went to push everyone, to get them to go faster. And that way they could be pulling victims out as we covered the hallway and pushed our way to the west side of the building.
I'll ask you what a couple of things mean. What does it mean to take point? And then I'll ask you about push. So what does take point?
Take point, basically, we're going to the front. We're going to the front of the line. I've seen people doing other things. I've seen people grabbing kids. I've seen, people covering the rooms. I needed a job. I needed to do something. And I figured the best thing for me to do was to get up front. I had a long rifle. So I went up front with another guy and we basically were starting to push down the hallway.
Now push, what does it mean to push and why is it so important to push at an appropriate pace?
You need to get to where the suspect is. You need to get down the hallway. You need to keep moving until you stop the person that's doing this to find them.
In that moment, how important is it to have enough people in that building to help?
The additional people they're great for pulling the victims out, covering rooms that you can't lock. But the pushing is, you can push one person, you can push two. I mean, the extra people, don't get me wrong, are great to have. I mean, you can start grabbing the kids that are hurt, the ones that are screaming, that are upset. You can get these people to where they need to go.
So I'd like to slow it down a bit more. So you get to the first floor. Please describe for us, if you recall, who it is that you saw that was deceased on the first floor.
The first one on the left was Luke.
Hoyer.
Yeah. And the female I really didn't see too good because he was kind of laying over. I was looking at Luke.
Did you check to see if Luke was alive?
When I leaned down, I think someone yelled, he's gone.
What did you do after that? Did you work your way?
There should
from
be a live
east to
later on
west
tonight,
on the
Andy.
first floor?
Have fun at your appointment.
And
if
describe for the
possible.
jury what the floor looked like.
I mean, there were kids screaming. You had it was disturbing. I just, it's something that's really hard to describe. I mean, it's just, I mean, when you see kids down on the ground, I mean, it's hard. I mean, like I said, my main purpose was to focus on, finding who did this and pushing, getting down the hallway.
Did you use the west stairwell in order to go up to the second floor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the second floor, what happens on that second floor?
I got to the second floor and there were officers standing at the doorway and they said, we got this, we're searching. And then I ended up getting called up to the third floor because I was asking if there was anyone else upstairs or has anyone gone up. And about the same time, I went upstairs and there were, I think there were 2 officers at the time. It ended up being 3 of us. And we looked out, one of them looked out the way, I looked in the hallway, and there was a child all the way on the end on the opposite side. And he kept trying to raise his hand up. And he was laying on the ground, he was on the opposite side, and we were like, we gotta get him, let's go. And then the 3 of us, or the 4 of us, we pushed all the way down, we grabbed him, and we drug him, and we pulled him all the way back to our side, to the stairwell. And about that time, the SWAT medic came up and started working on him.
Is that Anthony Borges?
Yes.
Do you recall describe his condition?
He was about, when we pulled him back, we left the trail. I mean, you could see where we picked him up from, or where we grabbed him from, and where we pulled him all the way back. I mean, he was bleeding a lot. He looked like he was in a bad spot.
In that moment, what was the most important thing for Anthony Borges? What did he need most?
Sir, he needed someone to work on him to get someone to work on him. The SWAT medic probably saved his life.
Once you pull Anthony Borges, get him to the SWAT medic, what do you do next?
We start back the hallway again because now more people are coming up, and we have this one. The third floor was really bad. I mean, there was 2 girls laying to the right that were had passed away. There was one on the left.
Do you recall
or
their
there was a
names?
male on the left.
Do you recall their name?
Cara in the Meadows was on the right. Oliver was like in this little cotton cave area. Then can't think of his name. The ROTC guy, he was behind me to the right.
And this is why I say don't ask paramedics or police what's the worst thing we've ever
As you're
seen.
noticing,
Don't.
somewhat officers
My
are
nightmares are mine and mine
We
alone.
were
Same thing
trying
happens.
to clear out the hall. We were trying to push all the way down to get
You don't want to know.
to the rooms. So we were going, as we started down, SWAT started to come in. So basically what happened was as we were pushing down that way, SWAT would come in, they would take the door, and then the next guy would take the next door. And now we're starting to get people. And we're doing this basically all the way down the hallway, and they're checking vitals of everybody. And now we're pulling the kids out of the rooms to get them out of there.
When you say, because now we're starting to get people, do you mean now you can kind of divvy up the work as far as clearing?
Yeah, the SWAT team showing up, we're getting more people, which means that they can do, if we can't get in the door, we can guard a door. We can go to the next one. We can try to start pulling people out. We were on the first floor, we were smashing windows because the kids wouldn't open doors. So they would come up and they would look and, they would hide, and a lot of times, like, because I was in my uniform, someone would have to come up to the window and, I'd come up to the window and I'm like, sheriff's department, and try to make eye contact with them to get them to actually unlock the door. Some kids just refused, which is completely understandable, and then we had to break the windows, reach in, and then make contact with the kids and have them come out.
Describe for the members of the jury the difference of that approach of clearing methodically versus when there's active stimulus.
They have to say you go to wherever it is.
You go to wherever what is.
If you have victims laying up on the ground and you hear the gunshot going that way, you just go. You just keep going until you find the person. If it stops for a second, and you have witnesses at that point, you keep going. You try to find the person who's doing it, because the sooner you stop them, the sooner there's no more victims.
That was my next question. Why is the confrontation? Why is that point of confrontation so important?
Because you have unarmed children, unarmed teachers, and I'm in a bulletproof vest with a gun. I'd rather him shoot at me than shoot at the kids.
Your Honor, may I have permission to turn off the overhead screen?
We need to turn them
Yes,
off.
please.
Okay, please.
And Judge, I'm now playing what is already in evidence, states 6, F. Okay, turn off one. Sergeant, were you wearing your body camera that day?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have it on and was it recording?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that prior to today? When
I've reviewed it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what has been pre-marked as states S, as states 19.
Any objection? If I can speak with the state for 1 second.
Oh, that again. What is going on with that? Something on the stream.
Ready? I'm over with you. You dig out, we'll come to the come over here, watch this color. Two more, come on, one there, one here. Get over there. We're gonna take the next two. Okay. Are you peeking that one? And now keep on this one, peeking there. Pause it. Is anyone here? No time? All right. Open the door. Yeah, you get the bathroom, I'll get the story. All right, I see two in this one. Yeah. All right, let's take these two. Out of the mirror. Shit!
This radio traffic night and day.
It's locked? Yes, it's locked. Can we get in it? All right, we got this room. All right. We need to take that door. You gotta go. I got a door over here, there's one on here. Okay, let's slow down. All right. I'm gonna cover this door. You got that way, ready? Cheers, Marvin! Shit. Good. What? Come on, open the door. All right, hold on. Anybody in here need your? This way, guys. Hands up. All right. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Yeah. That was like an office. Keep your hands up. Ready?
How would the sound of gunfire have impacted the path that you were taking?
I would have gone to wherever it was.
Would you have continued to move methodically, or would you have gone straight to the sounds and shots?
Now you go right to where it is, because now you know exactly what, or you know its basic location of where it was, so you push forward that way.
Do you use the sound of gunfire to help locate where the shooter is?
Yes,
And if you can't tell where the sounds are coming from, what do?
you just keep pushing like that, just keep going forward.
I noticed that you guys mentioned the bathroom was locked. Does this whole resource officer have keys to the locked bathroom? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
How different is our radio traffic from ours, Crop? Night and day.
Yeah, no kidding. Hell, if our radio traffic was like that, you better be in the middle of a meat grinder, or there's going to be a problem.
Sergeant, I'm
We
showing.
were in the middle of a similar situation. Everyone could hear our radio traffic. I played it.
Yes.
And did that image and
Shows
video fairly and accurately?
how you handle yourself on scene. You can tell how a call's going to go by what the radio traffic sounds like.
It sounds like that's going to go to hell quickly, if it hasn't already.
The defense objection, which is otherwise preserved, states chief identification.
Yeah, that scream right up towards the front, that got me. That was very not good.
Are you able to see the image on the screen, Sergeant? Okay.
Hey, stand one more up! Stop! Come up here!
This is the third floor, correct?
Yeah. Hey, sit. Go ahead. Hey, send message on them. Randy's messed up. Have them start coming up to the third. Hey, everyone's going up to the third now.
Now, we see some men in jeans, some men in shorts, different color uniforms. How were you all able to communicate with each other?
Verbally.
And why did you communicate verbally?
Well, one, we were all standing right next to each other. Two, the radio was, there's no need to get on the radio. First of all, everyone was on the radio. Everyone was talking on the radio. We had radio issues, communicating in and out. And realistically, we didn't really need to communicate in and out. We had the people there to do what we had to do. We pulled the
You don't know what's going on in other parts of the building.
You could hear us. Whoever body came that way, you could hear him giving directions to everybody around him.
If your radio is not working, do you keep working?
Yeah, it's just a radio.
You're on the third floor. I can see that you're working the third floor. Describe to the members of the jury what next.
Once we get in the out, as you can see, you hear people, more and more people are coming up. These are mostly the SWAT guys, and me and the one Coral Spring, or me and the two Coral Springs guys, who were basically together the whole time. Then we started clearing this whole floor, checking the rooms, and pulling the kids out.
What happened next?
We work our way down the hallway. We start pulling all the kids out. Once we we have the, when, at a certain point, SWAT basically takes over the upstairs, because the kids are out. And then I end up going downstairs and I go to the next building where they were making an entry into it, and I go to assist them there too.
At some point, you do learn that the shooter is no longer in the building, correct?
Yes,
And you go and you still start working other buildings, is that correct?
yeah, I went downstairs, the room just to the west of it. They just started to go in there, so I went to assist them. But like I said, SWAT teams were showing up, so they started to do that. And then I started escorting the kids out to the roadway. And then from there, I started escorting the kids down to their parents. And I did that for a while, just trying to get the kids back to their parents, doing whatever I could.
While you're either inside the 1200 building, clearing the other building, escorting children to their parents, did you ever see Scot Peterson assist with anything?
No, I never seen him.
Did he ever enter any buildings that you saw?
I never seen him the whole time I was there.
And you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
Just a moment here. There's nothing else.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Can you turn that last image back on?
You want it on?
Yeah, just for 1 second. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We've never met before, right?
Not that I know.
Just had a few questions for you. I just had the judge kick this on because the weapons that we're seeing in there, can you describe those to us?
I have a Colt AR-15 rifle. The SWAT guy has something, AR type. I don't know what they carry.
For people who don't know anything about guns, let's start with yours. I think earlier you called it a long rifle, right?
Yes.
What's the difference between a long rifle and I'm guessing there's something called a short rifle?
Well, as you can see, the SWAT guys, they have the short, more compact, more tactically sound rifles. I have a road patrol rifle. We've switched since then, but that's just basically like an old style AR-15.
I noticed that you and other officers also have like a handgun with you.
Yes.
You didn't have that in your hand. You chose the long rifle, correct?
Yes.
Why is that a better weapon to go into the building?
Well, it's the ones who had the rifle brought the rifles, the ones who had the handguns went in with the handguns. It's obviously you want more power, more ammo, just in case it goes very, very bad. Handgun rifle still stops the threat.
I got you, but one has a lot more ammunition, right?
Well, the ARs carry 30 rounds with the one magazine, which most people carry. I mean, I currently carry on me right now. I have the 21 round magazine and then 3 18 round magazines. So right now I'm carrying more than my rifle did.
Okay, and just correct me if I'm wrong, if you run out of bullets and you don't have anything else, you're done, right?
I wouldn't consider you done, but it'd be nice to have more bullets, yes.
Got it. Now, you are with BSO.
The answer to that question is no, you're not done.
And prior to the arriving to the 1200 building, you never had a chance to speak with my client.
Butt into those make really handy
You have
clubs.
no idea what his real-time intelligence was, correct?
No.
You didn't know what he was going through, correct?
No.
You didn't know what he was facing at the time, correct?
No.
And you hear from dispatch, possible shooting at Douglas High School. That's what I heard you say on direct, correct?
Yes,
That's the real-time intelligence you get. Possible shooting at Douglas High School, correct?
Right.
So you weren't even certain that there definitely even was a shooting. It was a possible shooting, correct?
Yes, until I pulled up the CAD notes where they said.
We'll get to that, yeah. And Explain to the jurors, a CAD note system is not something you can carry around with you, correct?
No.
What is a CAD system? How do you get access to that?
We have laptops in our computers, and when we get dispatched to calls, where you can pull up calls from different areas, and it'll show the notes as they enter them or what's going on, so you can read them.
Do you recall what time you actually arrived at the school?
I believe it was like 2:40.
Okay. And that would have been at least 15 minutes or so after the shooter left, correct?
At that point in time, I didn't know he had left already. At that point in time, I didn't know he had left already.
Okay, well, that's important. In other words, you did not get any real-time intelligence from BSO telling you that the shooter or shooters had gone, correct?
No, the information we were getting was that he was still in the building, because they were saying that he was in the building, and then even when we got in there, someone was communicating, he's going to the third floor, he's coming down to the second floor, and then there was a bunch of intel coming across the radio that we weren't sure of.
Okay, I want to distinguish between what you heard on dispatch and what people might have told you on the scene.
Right.
Right? So are you certain that dispatch ever told you anything about, first of all, whether there was one shooter or multiple shooters?
They just said a shooter had Douglas in the freshman building, or the 12 building.
When do you think you got that specific intel?
That was on my way there.
So it would have been somewhere shortly before 2:40, correct?
For a while I was en route. I think it came out first as shooting at Douglas, and then when I believe when I pulled the notes, it said building 12 or freshman building, and I knew where that was, and then on the way there, they were updating in reference to the shooting.
You later learned that while you're on the way and you're getting that intelligence, the shooter definitely was already gone, correct?
Yeah, later on I found out that he was never there.
But as you're approaching the building, you don't know that information, correct?
No, I thought he was there.
And you say that when you pulled in, you saw someone with a long rifle who had taken a position of cover, correct?
Yes.
They weren't moving, correct?
No.
And you talked about radio issues. Can you describe for the jurors what your experience was with your radio?
You would get a tone.
What?
A tone. You'd hit the button and it'd just go beep, so you couldn't communicate over it.
Not, as you say, a big issue if somebody's standing right next to you, because then you can talk to them, right?
Right.
But when someone who's further away needs to communicate with you, that makes it virtually impossible, right?
Well, unless you're doing hand signals or whatever the case may be, you're pointing, because the guy with the rifle did one of these, pointing as in go east.
Right. Assuming, first of all, you have no visual with the person you're trying to communicate with, you know.
Obviously, yes.
And ultimately, you never had a chance to speak to my client after this event, correct?
No.
I thank you for your service. Take care.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You indicated that a handgun or a rifle can stop the threat. Is a 9mm handgun a handgun that can stop the threat?
Yes.
How many rounds are in a 9mm handgun with 2 magazines?
It all depends on which gun is being carried.
Do officers regularly carry more than 1 magazine?
Normally they carry 4, 1 in the, well, let me rephrase that. You carry 1 in the gun and then you carry 2. Some deputies carry 1 in the magazine, and then we have a 3 magazine holder. So you have a total of 4 on you. Some only carry with 3.
Are bulletproof vests available to any law enforcement officer that chooses to wear one?
Yes.
Does anything prevent an officer from putting on their bulletproof vest when they go to work that day?
No.
Besides their choice.
No.
You were on the BSO channels. Those channels were available to other BSO employees, correct?
Yes.
And based on the information that you had from those channels, as you're arriving at the school, you made the decision to go into the building.
Yes.
Tell us what your training was as a BSO employee on that date on how to handle that active shooter situation?
You're to go in and stop the threat. You're to push forward to stop whatever is causing the harm until it's stopped.
Nothing else?
Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. This time we see a call Officer Tim Burton. Officer Tim Burton.
I'm sorry, I'm going to hand the clerk some of it.
Oh, okay.
You know how I am with that first.
State, Court Deputy Hodges is having a little problem locating your witness.
Oh.
I can go, I'll go there.
Croc, is it showing you that there's only 4 people
Sir,
here
come all the
too?
way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before we have a seat, stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair up as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Timothy Burton, Timothy.
Oh, it's Tim Burton. Cool.
Mr. Kilroy, you may inquire.
He's gained weight.
Is it Officer Burton?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently work?
The City of Coral Springs Police Department,
How long have you been a Coral Springs police officer?
17 years.
What unit are you currently in?
I'm in the Youth Liaison Unit, which is school resource officers.
And previous to being an SRO, what unit were you in?
In 2006 to 2011, I was on Midnight Road Patrol. 2011 to 2016, I was daytime road patrol. And then 2016, I became an SRO. 2016 to 2018, I was at Eagle Ridge Elementary and Country Hills Elementary. And then 2018 to present, I'm the SRO at Coral Glades High School.
I'm sorry, where
Coral Glades High School.
So since 2016, you have been a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are the responsibilities of a school resource officer that are different from a standard road patrol officer?
We are mentors, we're protectors, we teach safety. We also, teach the kids about law. We handle any crime in the school, we take reports.
How about in regards to administrative searches on school grounds? Are you committed to that as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We do that with the assistant principals and school officials.
And what does that mean, an administrative search?
If a student has a weapon in his backpack,
we can search the backpack and detain the weapon or any kind of drugs that the person may have on them.
And that's a different standard than, say, road patrol, regular road patrol officer would have for
Yeah.
probable cause.
Yes.
It's a lower standard. Is it a lower standard?
Yes, it's easier for us to do on campus. We have to have, the assistant principals can have reasonable suspicion.
Now, you personally know Scott Peterson, correct?
I do.
Do you see him in the corridor today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated in our clothing?
He's right there. He's wearing a blue jacket with a blue tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect positive identification.
Yep, the record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Now, previous to February 14, 2018, had you had conversations with Mr. Peterson, just in general?
Before that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know his voice?
Yes, I do.
How many conversations would you estimate you had with Mr. Peterson before February 14, 2018?
Over a 7-year period, many.
More than 10?
Way more than that.
Way more than 10. So you know his voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, the state intends to publish to show the audio visual component of number 7. We would ask for the cameras to be taken down.
This is F7 of State's Exhibit.
No, State's Exhibit 7.
This is the sync of the audio dispatch.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Coach Dr. Hodge, all the TVs remain off?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, State, you may proceed.
Now, Officer Burton, I'm going to take you to specific times, and I want you to listen to the audio component to see if you recognize that as Mr. Peterson's voice.
Okay.
Juliet Grid, 17 Bravo Grid, 17 Bravo Copy.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson's.
We're talking about the 1200 building. It's going to be the building off of Holberg Road.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson's.
We're looking at the 1200 building. It's going to be the 300 building. It's going to be right off of Holberg Road on the senior lot.
Do you recognize that voice?
I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson's.
All right, 26, so we don't know where it is over by inside the 1200 building. We're locking down the school right now. Make sure there's no pedestrian traffic anywhere on Holberg Road.
Do you recognize that voice?
I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson's.
quiet, stay on lane. You're going to Bravo. You're going to Bravo. You're going to go more students running west towards the football field. You're going to Bravo. I hear shots fired.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson.
No, do not approach the 12 or 1300 buildings. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point. Stay away from 12 and 13.
Do you recognize the male's voice there?
I do.
And whose voice is that?
Scott Peterson's.
Okay, now going back to February 14th of 2018, were you on duty that day?
I was.
And what is your typical duties during the day? Let's say on that day.
I was the school resource officer at Eagle Ridge Elementary School that day.
How far is Eagle Ridge Elementary School from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas approximately?
2 to 1.5 miles.
Okay. How long would it take you to get there? At the end of the school day? A few minutes?
The school or the parking lot where I go to?
Well, that's where I'm getting at. So when you leave your position at the middle school, when you drive to, where do you go to every day?
So every day I go to North Community Park, which is where the Douglas kids use the parking lot for MSD.
Okay, so my understanding is there's kind of like a senior parking lot on the north side, and then if there's any additional students that bring cars, they park it kind of off campus.
Correct, and I provide security there.
Okay, and that's every day you do that?
Every day.
And is that what you were doing on February 14th, 2018?
I was heading there.
Okay. And you were heading there, did you end up going there?
No.
Why not?
Because I heard Sergeant Bill Reed over my radio ask dispatch if there was an active shooter at Douglas High School.
And with that information, what did you do?
Listened. And then the dispatcher came back with, yes, we're getting multiple phone calls. And as soon as she said that, I turned on my lights and sirens.
Okay, and once from the time you turned on your lights and sirens, how long did it take you to get to MSD?
I was pulling up to the intersection of Westview, the schoolyard. So I said, you know what, the fastest way on campus is going to be the south bus loop.
Okay, and I'm actually going to show you a map, Your Honor, if I can, and this can be put on the camera. So
You put the TVs back on?
Yes. And Your Honor, if you can enable the annotator. Officer, you can actually utilize the screen to mark it.
Okay.
Do you recognize what we're looking at here? Oh, and for the record, I apologize. We're looking at stage 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the layout here, so.
Okay, now utilizing the pencil feature, where
No,
did
no,
you
no,
park
no.
the car? Park your squad car? So for records purposes, you went north on Pine Island Road and pulled into the loop at the bottom, the southern part of the campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you go there?
There were a lot of cars in front of me. I know that, sorry, right here I know is the main entrance. This was very congested in this area. So I said, you know what, I'm not gonna drive through that. I wanted to get on campus as quick as I could. This was wide open.
This, where you were, what is that? Who typically parks there? What is that?
This is the south bus loop, so buses.
Understood. When you got on campus, is that where you parked your car, where the X is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got out of your car, what did you do?
When I got out of my vehicle, the first thing I did was listen for gunshots.
Did you hear any gunshots?
I did not.
So after not having that stimuli, what did you do?
I had my M4 Smith & Wesson rifle.
Stacking
I
old
started
heads.
to
Sounds like
put a chamber in the round.
Just, let's slow down.
Okay.
What's an M4? Is that a long rifle?
It is a, it's like an AR-15, but with a shorter barrel. It's a very powerful rifle.
Okay. Did you have a scope on it?
I did, with the red dot.
What does that mean, red dot? Does that mean like it magnifies, or is that just like it'll
You
show
can make it magnify. There's
Miss you, Danny.
the scope. and
Hey,
the red dot
stacking is no
bigger
fun.
Or smaller.
Okay, and with that weapon, you chambered?
I chambered a round.
Does that mean you loaded it
Yeah,
basically?
so basically I'm holding the barrel of a gun like this, and it's called a charging handle. You rack it back, and a bullet goes in the chamber.
So now that you're armed with that rifle, what did you do?
I had 2 more magazines that I put in my cargo pants, my police uniform. So altogether,
I don't mind
had,
the snakes, but I'm allergic to
I had
hay.
a 30-round magazine in the M4 rifle, and the 2 extra magazines that I had 20 rounds, so I had 70
Remind me
rounds.
not to bring my wife to
I
your
also
place
had my
when you're doing
handgun,
that.
which with 3 magazines.
You will hear
like
squealing and
15
running
apiece.
and
I had
holy
another
crap.
45 bullets. So altogether, I had 115 rounds of ammunition.
And what kind of handgun did you have on you that day?
It was a Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry, a 6-Sauer.
And what caliber bullets?
Back then, I think it was 357.
Okay.
Not sure we
Okay,
switched.
That's fine. That's fine. You get out of the car.
I will come visit you, Danny, anytime.
While I'm loading up my rifle, I'm looking, like I said, I know Douglas pretty good. I know that this is the cafeteria. I know that this is the front office. And the first thing I did, I wanted, since I wasn't hearing gunshots, the next thing I wanted was information. So I looked in this general area right here. There's a hallway to see if anybody was running out, and if there was, I was going to ask them for information, but there was nobody there.
Did you see, was it a ghost town right around there? Did you see anybody at first?
I did not see anyone.
Ultimately, did you see someone?
Yes, shortly after I began to run north.
You can track.
Okay, so after not seeing anybody west, I'm like, okay, let's go front office. So I started to run north on this sidewalk.
And did you ultimately see someone?
I did. A gentleman driving a golf cart was driving towards me.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
Did you get in that golf cart?
I did.
Why did you get in a golf cart?
Because as you can see, well, the gentleman offered me a ride. As you can see, it is a very long distance from where he picked me up. So,
Hello, man.
You said long distance. Did you know where you were going when you got on the scene, when you initially parked your car?
Yeah, so when the gentleman approached me, I asked him what's going on here. And he said there's a shooting. It's a white male with a burgundy ROTC uniform shirt, dark pants. The shooting happened in the 1200 or 3-story building, in or around the building and the northeast parking lot.
Okay. Were you familiar with the 1200 building or the 3-story?
I was not familiar with the 1200 building, but I knew exactly where the 3-story building was.
That information that was given to you, was that given to you by Mr. Peterson?
It was not.
Was that given to you by an officer or a civilian?
It was given to me by a campus monitor.
Campus monitor. Okay. You're in the golf cart with the campus monitor. Can you track or trace the route that you went?
Yes. So as we're going north, I'm starting to mentally prepare to get into a possible gunfight.
How do you do that?
How
did you do that? Let me answer that.
Mentally prepare?
Yes.
Just by your training starts to take over. You're ready to go.
Did you want to be engaged in a potential gunfight?
I remember when I got out of the golf cart, I remember saying to myself, I immediately wanted to take this individual on.
Okay. So you're in that golf cart, you're driving northbound.
Yep, so we jump off of the sidewalk. The gentleman makes a hard turn to the left, and I exit. As soon as he makes this hard turn, I mean, I get out.
Where did you ultimately position yourself?
So after I got out of the golf cart, I start running west. I'm focusing my attention this way, and also to the building.
Okay. I'm gonna clear the screen.
Okay.
Just from here. It's not allowing me to. I'm trying to.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you. Officer Burton, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states, in evidence as states 6 composite F13. Your Honor, we can show this.
This can remain on. You may proceed.
They should be cutting this fairly soon because it's almost 5.
That would be good.
Officer Burton, do you see in the top left
Yeah.
portion of the screen, do you see a golf cart?
I do.
Are you on that golf cart?
I am in the passenger seat.
And what time does the camera, does it read up there?
It says 2:29:08.
We're going back to States 1 here. Now, you've already stated that you were dropped off by the campus monitor up. Well, mark where you were dropped off again, if you don't. When you got there, did you think you were the only officer there?
I did.
And for how long did you think you were the only officer there?
From the time it took, from the time it took me to run from here to right here, I felt like I was the only person.
Is that where you positioned yourself, kind of near that tree and near some parked cars?
Yes, I did. I positioned myself between the trunk of a tree and a black SUV.
Why did you position yourself there?
The campus monitor said in or around the 300 building. So this was the best spot for me, I thought, to be in to kind of, gather myself and figure out what my next move was going to be.
The 300 building or the 3-story building?
I'm sorry, the 3-story building.
Okay. Now, based upon your training, if you do not hear shots during an active shooting event, what are you to do?
We can hold in this position and we can wait for a team if there's no active gunfire.
Are you trained to also try to look for stimulus or gather information or intelligence in regards to the active shooting?
Yes.
And is that what your intention was to do when you were in that position?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you see Scot Peterson?
I did.
And where, and if you could mark on the screen, where did you see him located? And you can estimate this for me, but approximately how far away was he?
I would say that was about 40 yards.
40 yards.
Yeah, I used to play football, so I know what 40 yards is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you able to communicate with him?
Yes, I was.
And you personally knew him, correct?
Yes.
What was the conversation when you got on scene? What did Mr. Peterson tell you?
When I saw Deputy Peterson to my left, I got in between the tree and the SUV, and the first thing I said, Scott, where the fuck is this guy at?
And the response?
The response was, Timmy, is that you? I said, yeah, it's me. And he said, I haven't heard any shots in a few minutes. I don't know the exact location of the shooter, but watch your back. Somebody could be behind you in the parking lot.
Okay. So the parking lot you're talking about is obviously, well, there you go. Based upon the information that you received from Mr. Peterson, did you change the positioning that you were in?
I did.
How so?
I moved to the trunk area of the SUV. I stood up on the curb of the parking lot to make myself taller, and I basically scoped. I scoped this entire area. I was looking for anything, anything moving that matched the description of what the campus monitor gave me.
Given that you were scoping that area, was your back exposed to the 1200 building?
It was.
Now, when you were scoping the parking lot, did you look behind you to look at the 1200 building?
I did. I would focus on the northeast parking lot. I would also turn around and give a peek to the east doors of the 3-story building. And then I would also look back to see how Deputy Peterson was doing.
Now, what did you see Deputy Peterson doing when you were looking back, when you were in that position?
He was in like a low ready position. Just to clarify that for you guys, you're holding your gun kind of down low. He was up against a concrete column of this building, which I don't know what the name of that is. And he was looking east and west.
From his vantage point, could he see northbound past the 1200 building?
That I don't know, but he definitely could see west and northeast.
Okay. Now, how long would you say that you were scoping out the parking lot with your back exposed to the 1200 building?
For several minutes, best recollection.
Now, at any point in time, did Mr. Peterson tell you that that approximately 70 rounds went off in the 1200 building?
He did not tell me that.
Did he relay to you information that 5 kids had ran outside of the east doors?
He did not.
Did he relay to you that the shooter or someone matching the description that you had, a white male ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, had ran westbound down the corridor towards the football field?
He did not.
Now, that information, white male ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, did you relay that to Coral Springs?
I did.
How did you do that?
Via my police radio.
That real-time intelligence, did you get that from Mr. Peterson, or did you get that from a civilian campus monitor?
Civilian campus monitor.
Did you get any real-time intelligence from Mr. Peterson?
I did. The real-time intelligence I received from him was that he didn't hear shots in a couple minutes. He didn't know the exact location of the shooter, and he possibly thought that somebody was behind me in the parking lot. That was the information I received from him.
Now I want to go back to your SRO, your school resource officer background. Eagle Ridge in 2017. Is that where you were assigned?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2017, was a training conducted at that school?
Yes.
And what was the training in regards to?
It was active shooter training.
And who was that training for? Was it for fellow officers?
No, it was for teachers and staff of Eagle Ridge Elementary, and law enforcement did the presentation.
Was Mr. Peterson one of the presenters?
He was.
Now, what did you teach the teachers or the staff that day?
We taught them a code red situation, active shooter, what they are to do.
And what did you specifically tell them in regards to that? Code red active shooter, what they're to do?
The first thing they're to do is to put a partition in front of their glass. The second thing, the second thing they're supposed to do is barricade the doors the best they can, and then get their classroom to the safe corner.
And what is a safe corner? If you can explain that to you.
The safe corner is kind of the angle of the classroom that would protect the students most if gunfire were to come into the classroom.
Were there any sort of examples utilized during this training? For instance, blanks?
Yes. So what we would do is we would do like a mock, a trial with teachers in the classroom. And the teachers had no idea, but we were going to fire live ammunition, blanks, of course, so they could become accustomed to what gunfire would sound like outside their classroom.
Now, how many presenters, how many officers were there teaching that day?
I don't recall, but there were about usually 2 a classroom, and then the training instructors. So I couldn't give you how many were there.
Was each officer there assigned a particular number of teachers or staff to teach?
Yes.
Approximately how many teachers or staff?
Maybe like 30 a class.
Okay. And were you in the same classroom teaching as Mr. Peterson?
I was not.
But it was the same curriculum taught to the teachers and staff?
It was.
At that presentation, did you and fellow presenters explain what officers, SRO's jobs were during the code red?
Yeah, that's usually a main concern of the teachers. They
Oh,
always
like
ask, what
armored golf carts would work.
And we tell them we are looking for the shooter and engaging.
Now, back to MSD on February 14th of 2018. Did you hear any shots at all while you were there that day?
I did not.
That's because it was already. That's because dude had already finished his biz.
Your position with your back exposed to the 1200 building, scoping the parking lot. At some point in time, does your position change?
Yes, it does.
When? What caused it to change?
They announced on our radio that they were getting real-time video that the shooter was still in the building between like the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Okay, and with that information, what did you do?
We thought we were going to receive gunfire, maybe from the windows of the building. So we had to get back behind the trunk of the SUV. And tactically, whenever a gunman is up above you and you're below them, that's not a good spot to be in.
It was a very bad spot to be. You don't want the gun. You don't want the gun nut behind you, ever.
So, Bert, I'm showing you what's already been intended. The evidence is state 16.
Let me at flawed tactics again. What do we have to bring? Really? No, I don't even know.
My erase still isn't working, so if you could just do it.
This man.
Well, tactically, this whole damn thing looks like a clusterfuck.
Do you recognize this?
I feel like all the guys came from.
It is.
Okay. Now, the windows that you were talking about, if you could please, using the pencil function, circle what windows you're speaking of.
These and then over here.
Now, with that information, did you change your position from facing kind of east-northeast to turning around and then facing west?
Yes, I did.
Were you still near the tree and the SUV?
I had to move away from the tree, but now I was on the trunk side of the SUV.
Okay. And where were you looking towards?
I was looking up at these windows.
At some point in time, did you see members of either BSO or Coral Springs enter the east side of the building?
I did.
Approximately how many?
4 Coral Springs officers and I think 2 BSO.
Did you join them?
I did not.
Why not?
Where I was positioned, it was just still Deputy Peterson and I. When I on-viewed the officers heading towards the building, the feeling I got after Deputy Peterson told me about the parking lot was we had somebody like trapped. Whoever did this was trapped in that parking lot and they possibly were gonna try to shoot their way out of it. That was the feeling I got after he gave me the information.
Did you relay to Coral Springs that information, that the shooter was potentially in that parking lot?
I did not. I believe I told either a sergeant or a captain. I don't know who came first.
Now, ultimately, with that information, did Coral Springs use resources to clear that parking lot? And then I'm going to go back to stage 1.
Yes, we did.
How many officers would you estimate cleared that parking lot in the northeast corner?
To my best recollection, maybe 5 to 8.
And how many minutes approximately did it take for them to clear that parking lot?
It probably took them, I really don't know, but my best guess would be about maybe 10 minutes.
Now, was the parking lot full, kind of like?
Just like this picture, it was full of cars.
Were the officers going in and out of the cars?
Yes.
Checking underneath the cars?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
So it was expounding a lot of resources to check this parking lot.
It was, yes.
And it's at the same time as this one SWAT is in the 1200 building?
At this time, there is a lot of people in that building.
Now, at some point in time, did this turn into rescue mode?
It did.
Approximately when did that happen? I don't need a time, but in the course of events.
Maybe during or the end of the video delay that was being broadcasted over the radio. To my view of the east doors, some deceased students were starting to come out.
Okay. So you never made your way inside the building, but when deceased students were brought out, did you?
I ran over to help.
Okay. And what exactly did you do in that regard?
Sorry. It was a golf cart full of blood driven by Officer Wilkins. A deputy said, he looked at my name tag, he goes, "Burton, I need help. The kids can't see this." So he had a...
What did you take that to mean this?
The massacre, the trauma, yeah. Okay. The gore.
What did you do next?
I assisted the deputy by picking up underneath the legs of the deceased student, under like the knees area.
Do you know what the deceased student's name was?
I didn't know at the time, but I know who it is now. It's Luke Hoyer.
With Luke's, what did you do with Luke?
We put him on the back seat of the golf cart, and then Officer Wilkins drove away.
Did you assist in any other rescue or
yes,
medical portion of it?
I did. So after all the deceased were out of the hallway, they were like, "Okay, guys, we're going to start letting the kids out." So I backed away from the east doors and I took a position about right here to guide the kids to Pine Island Road.
Okay. And did you help with any other of the injured students?
I did, 2 more females. The first one who approached me, she had a protruding right eye, and she was like, "Officer, my hip is killing me." And she kind of went like this, and she had about the diameter of a pencil, the circumference, and I could see she was white in the face. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna help you. And she's like, I can walk. And then eventually when we got to like this part right here, she's like, I could tell maybe the adrenaline was starting to wear away. So I picked her up and I handed her off to a deputy right here. And I said, gunshot victim to the hip.
Was her white face consistent with blood loss in your experience?
I don't know about that. I just know that her right eye was like just swollen. Like I don't know. I've never seen that before.
Did you
Again, he's a cop. Why would he wouldn't necessarily know about that?
Yeah.
After that, what did you do?
I ran back to my spot. I couldn't tell you how many minutes went by.
I could have figured it out.
Right about here.
I believe it was a head wound.
Right here. I observed Detective McLean trying to carry a female who was crying. Okay. So I went over and offered my assistance, and I could tell that that female was shot in the left knee.
And did you assist in helping her be removed?
So what we did with her was we brought her this way.
I know this isn't easy for people to
We
listen.
brought her this way through this gate, and as we were doing that, the CSPD SWAT truck said, guys, give her to us.
Now, after that, what did you do after you helped assist with her?
We loaded her up on the truck, and then me and Officer McLean walked back to this position here.
Now, during this time period where you were assisting with the students who were injured and with Luke, was Mr. Peterson helping?
I don't recall. I didn't see him.
You didn't see him. You were exclusively on the east side of the building.
I was for about the entire time of the event.
The same side of it. Was that the same side of the building that Mr. Peterson was on?
Yes, close in proximity.
Now, when you first got there, when you first got dropped off by the golf cart, and you saw Mr. Peterson there, did you consider yourself the like primary officer, given that you got there second?
No, it's his school.
So did you consider yourself perhaps the backup officer?
I considered myself an officer who came to help.
Good answer.
Now, during the time that you were there, before you started rendering aid, did you see Mr. Peterson leave that position that he was in that you first saw him in?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
From the time that you got there,
Yes.
until it turned into rescue mode.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Peterson leave that area that he was in?
I did not.
And how long would you estimate you were there before it turned into rescue mode? You can ballpark this one.
20 to 30 minutes. Just one moment.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Officer Bird at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Just we have a brief sidebar.
Yes, sure.
I like how they have headphones for their bench conferences.
Yeah, that means that the plebeians like us can't just listen in.
And they cover their mouth so they can't lip read.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee they're debating it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
They're gonna do cross tonight or tomorrow.
I'm gonna go with Monday.
You know what I mean.
I'm gonna try to stick to the schedule as I outlined it for you when I mentioned a week ago last Wednesday, so I'm gonna press pause right now. When we resume the trial on Monday, we'll pick it up with the cross-examination, right where we are right now.
See,
Same
just what I
admonition
said.
As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case.
Okay.
The evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or
I'm
anyone
gonna
else
go
until we reach
feed
the end of
small
the case.
people
I'll see
dinner
when
and
that
get
is.
them
Ladies and
wrangled.
gentlemen, I cannot emphasize this
We
enough.
will. I will catch you at 21:30, also known as 9:30
On the internet,
Eastern,
any source directly or
and
indirectly
we will
regarding
talk
parties,
about all of the
places,
things
anything
tonight.
having to do with the
Play
case
some
trial.
games,
I'm gonna ask you to
laugh,
please stop watching any
talk
news.
about the
Please do
stupids.
not read the newspaper. Okay, I hope you enjoy
Thanks
your
for sticking
weekend back
around.
to your
Miss
normal
y'all.
lives.
We love
I'm
you
gonna
all.
ask that you all be back here
Thank you
Monday,
all.
which is Monday,
Thank you from
June
crocking
12th
up
at 9:15
for your
a.m.
support.
9:15 a.m. in the jury.
Croc.
Monday, June 12th, if you will leave the notepads in your envelopes in your chairs, they'll be waiting for you when you
Anything,
return. I
Croc?
hope you have a nice weekend. I'll see you Monday.
No, I'm good. We've got live stream tomorrow at 11 in the morning. We'll talk about that in a little while.
Okay. I will talk to you guys. See you later tonight. Muffin, I'm going to look into some things for you before tonight. So, I will talk to you all later. Bye, guys.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury.